Desert camping almost gone wrong. So let me start by saying that my brother and I are extremely experienced desert campers, and we've lived near deserts pretty much our whole lives. I've never in my 20 years of life for 1 second believed in anything paranormal or anything to do with evil spirits, unlike my brother who's always sensed pre-senses and has always been able to see mostly what we call jinn, also known as demons. Until last night, which is safe to say marks the last time that we'll be camping alone in the desert. We always have the same place we like to go when we want to camp with minimum effort, and our day started as normal as ever. But as we got closer and closer to our destination, I saw my brother's mood completely shift. When I asked what was going on, he just shrugged me off and told me, keep driving. When we arrived, I felt completely fine, but my brother was still unusually quiet. It was around 1 p.m. at that point, and we were planning on leaving around 12 or 1. Because of the heat, we made it the terrible decision to set up under a few trees and a source of water, which in Middle Eastern culture is where the jinns live at night. Not that I believed that at the time, of course. However, we will still set up our camp, and we continued on as normal. Now, my brother always says that when he feels a presence, or several in this case, he gets extremely unlucky. First, he almost dropped a box of coals on his foot. Then he splits an entire bottle of Coke on his phone. Then he dropped it into the sand, then proceeded to smash his elbow on the edge of the chair he was sitting on, which is now very swollen. But last, certainly not least, when he was looking through one of our boxes, he felt something cold and sharp pressed right up against his arm, and he realized it was an unsheathed knife, which we packed, in this case, the previous night before. And he said it felt something like it pushed against his hand, into it right where his veins are. All of these events, consequently, within a matter of a few hours, were certainly making us both uneasy, and I, for one, for the life of me, couldn't figure out what he was suddenly so unlucky for. As I was starting to question his clumsiness, a random couple appeared out of nowhere, informing us that they were stuck in the sand and needed help. We drive a Land Cruiser, so they had a Nissan Altima, so we didn't expect to encounter so many issues as we did. We first dug them out without any issues, but as we pushed them out of the sand, we got stuck again. If you know anything about dune bashing or desert camping, then you understand the physics behind how wheels get stuck in sand, and the way that Nissan was stuck was incredibly unusual. It was literally stuck somewhere with plenty of space available for grip, and later my brother said that as we were digging them out of the sand, that's when he really started to feel an evil presence around us, but didn't want to say anything as to not ruin the trip and freak me out. So first our toe strap broke off the bumper. Toe strap cost $200 and it was fine, but their bumper was slightly damaged. Then we almost got struck ourselves, and a 20-minute job took more like 90, which again was extremely unusual and in hindsight just the beginning of all the crap to come. When we came back to our camp, we noticed how everything around us had gotten unusually quiet. The area where we were had suddenly hundreds of birds around. As far as we could see, 3 cats sometimes pay us a visit. But there wasn't a single noise at all other than our fire, which was dying out unusually quickly. It had gotten dark quickly as well, so we all scrambled to build a fire to cook our dinner before we were asked to help the couple, and I had noticed the silence, but it didn't bother me. However, my brother suddenly grabbed my hand as we were sitting down to eat and said, with a clear fear in his voice, that we should go as quickly as possible and that he didn't feel safe. To ease both our minds, we prayed. We're Christians, so of course we thought it would help us. But I think it accelerated everything that happened and just made whatever was there angry. We quickly finished our dinner, and me being the skeptic I was completely fine and pretty much just humored my brother. Until I started getting the nagging feeling that it was time to pack up and leave. It hit me like a wave. I was quite taken back by the feeling, so I voiced it to my brother, and he agreed, and we should pack up right away and leave. We started packing up at a normal pace like we were just tired and wanted to leave. And that's when we heard the sound very close to us, on the opposite side of the pond, which wasn't that big, that I could only describe as a sound of death itself, and it seemed to go on for several minutes. And when I say that we looked at each other in absolute fear, I genuinely mean I was ready to have a heart attack right there and then. At that point, after being frozen for a few minutes, and quite reasonably so, after hearing the bellowing screech so close to us, we turned on the car, drove it back so we could see better with the headlamps, and just started throwing everything into the car without much care, but with a whole lot of urgency. And it was like after the screaming, that's when shit really hit the fan. First it was the sound of the twigs snapping and footsteps all around us. Then it was the shadows behind the trees, and I tried everything to try and get those shadows to change shape, walking around the trees and moving the light, but nothing it looked like were there. It was people just staring at us the whole time, and you could really feel it too. We really felt like we weren't alone, and that we weren't with friendly entities either. We also noticed that all 3 cats were huddled right behind our car, away from the trees, so they were not the ones snapping twigs. But literally didn't care if they were not going to move. I was still getting out of there. Thankfully, they left when we started reversing, but they too looked absolutely terrified and were just staring at the trees too. It also felt like whatever was there was getting closer, and I've never felt anything like it. It was just a gut feeling, and you just know it's one of those natural instincts that you shouldn't ignore. Thankfully, we were able to pack up quickly. Our tent was very close to the trees, so, that although nerve-wracking experience, and whilst we were packing, it was still very silent. It's very normal for the birds around the area to continue making sounds until 2 or 3 a.m., and at this point, it was about 8 p.m., so it was highly unusual. I personally think I was most terrifying as I was driving away back into the main dirt path to leave the desert. I know cars very well. I know how they drive, and in the sand, I know our car especially well because we've had it for so long, and I could instantly tell that the steering was off and completely fighting against me, which I fixed itself in a second. We were on the highway. The sound of the twigs snapping was still all around us, and it was loud enough to be heard over the sounds of the car and the path. And it's what seemed like every bird in the area just standing there staring at us until we got close enough to force them to walk, not even fly away. At one point, my brother just grabbed my shoulder and told me very sternly just to keep looking in front of me and under no circumstances to look through his window. It was the tone of his voice that told me to listen to him for the love of God. We were in part of the desert where we had pretty much drove through the whole accessible areas to get into the highway, and there wasn't a single person around us. The only thing we saw very clearly was an abandoned Toyota Hilux positioned behind us, a small dune hidden by the trees, but far enough from our campsite to be easily ruled out as a source of the original screech. The worst thing I saw was that we were close to the exit, and now these were the deserts that we knew very well. We both grew up here, and we've been riding dirt bikes and quad bikes in these deserts since we moved here, and we know what wildlife to expect. Cats, birds, spiders, goats, camels, mice, foxes, maybe even the occasional scorpion, or if you're really unlucky, a snake, but that's it. There's nothing else in these deserts. We saw in the middle of the path, staring directly at us, a deer. A goddamn deer. I've only ever seen one deer in the 16 years of living here, and that was in someone's garden as a pet. It's safe to say I was in complete shock, and the deer was just not moving at all until it got close enough that we could practically smell the thing before it slowly walked off the path while looking right at us. We quickly moved past the deer, and again my brother with a gasp, and then very sternly, said to keep my eyes right in the road. I asked him as we got into the highway what it was that kept seeing, and he was very reluctant and told me that he kept seeing large figures around us any time we went through a bend, and they were either pointing right at us or ahead of us. I'm very glad he didn't tell me at the time, because I would have been shitting myself. We were still yet to encounter anyone, but we still very clearly heard sounds all around us. And again, not the usual bird or cat, but very clearly big and unrelenting. When I saw the exit, I was as happy as I've ever been. But that quickly faded once again, and we saw another deer standing right in the middle of the road, slowly walking away and looking right at us, except this time, it didn't really look like a deer. More like a kangaroo mixed with a deer, and its eyes were milky and it looked rotten and horrible. But I didn't much care. I just stepped on the gas, and fortunately, it had gotten out of the way in time. Now when you exit the desert, you can either turn right onto a long stretch of highway, or you can go left and go through a small town, then take back streets to a parallel highway. And as I was about to turn right, my brother once again, the same tone. Go to the town and go to the right. Later, he once again said he saw lines of figures pointing ahead, so if we would have gone, that would have been home in one piece, maybe. Thankfully, as we made it farther and farther away and closer to our home, the gut feeling of being watched was going away. And of course, having never experienced something like this before, I was distraught and wanted to talk about it. My brother told me as we were going home, because we were alone, the jinn wanted to mess with us, that they wanted to scare us and most likely cause us harm, and that the way they get you is in such rural places is to force you to stop and then do whatever they want, which makes sense as they were there and there were so many animals in the path. He also said that they caused bad luck and he could feel them the second we entered the desert, which explains his clumsiness all day and the car that got stuck in such an unusual manner. This is also my younger brother by 3 years, and naturally any time he ever told me about this sort of thing, I always just dismissed it as him scaring himself. I can excuse the sounds we heard and the shadows we saw last night. I can excuse the gut feeling as just being scared, but I cannot excuse the 2 deer we saw staring right at us, and I can't excuse the car just randomly fighting against me as I was driving. The deer completely freaked me out as I did the tone of my brother's voice. I'm also sorry if this is written sporadically. I'm still shaken up and trying to make sense of everything. And it's safe to say that we're not going camping there again, and it's safe to say I'm never dismissing my brother when it comes to this kind of thing again. And God, I'm so grateful that we made it home safely. I also forgot to mention that as we were setting up our tent, it was fighting us. We would secure one end into the ground and instantly another end would pop out, and after we finally managed to get it set up, it looked as if something was pushing it in and collapsing it once before. When we got it back up again, it looked like something was pushing on it, which was something neither of us have ever experienced before, and we've been setting up tents in the middle of the sand tons of times. I got scratched. So this happened over the summer, but I've only just started to talk about it because it freaks me out because I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in ghosts, spirits, or entities, or demons, whatever you want to call them, but I can't explain it without using the paranormal. Basically, I was at home. The only other person in the house was my younger sister, who was in her room. I was in the kitchen, and I had that feeling that something was looking at me. I turned around to see who or what was looking at me, and saw what appeared to be a full-bodied shadow figure of sorts, and it ducked behind the counter. It was pretty tall, not inhumanly tall, which makes me hopeful that it might not be a demon, since they're usually described as being unnaturally tall, kind of translucent, and had a clear figure of a human. I naturally freaked out. I told whatever I was going to go away and I flipped it off, partially because I thought it might have been my sister trying to scare me. I don't know which one of those things it was, but I angered it. I felt a scratch on my back, which promptly started bleeding. I didn't touch my back, and there was no one behind me who could have done it, and no object close enough that could have scratched me. I'm fascinated by the paranormal despite being a skeptic. I watch so many paranormal investigator videos. Sam and Colby, Seth Borden, Exploring with Josh, Mackie and Amanda, Destination Fear, and I always try to debunk and justify everything using logic. This one I can't. And the more I think about it, the more convinced I start to become, because I know what I saw and I know what I felt. I think I've been possessed or haunted. So to start, at the time I was around 11 or 12. I'm a person who loves mysteries and documentary type of stuff. I loved learning about spiritual things. I would watch this one YouTube, I think its name was Top 5, I'm not sure, but he would talk about things like top 5 scariest things caught on camera. He would post daily and I would watch his videos every single day. I would spend hours at a time watching those videos and never get scared or frightened in any way. But one day, as I was watching one of his videos, I start to get this eerie feeling. I start to feel off and unreal. I then go through a dissociative episode. It feels like I have to puke and I can't recognize myself. I shut my computer and start to flip. I was terrified to turn my computer on again after that. After a few weeks, I wanted to watch YouTube on my computer, It was my only device at the time. I turned my computer on and went to YouTube, and since I always watched the scary mystery videos my recommended was all filled with them. As soon as I seen it, I immediately froze. It felt like I wasn't here, and I was terrified. I got a sense of deja vu and pure terror and panic. I felt every emotion in my body and was uncomfortable. Once I snapped back, I shut my computer and I was overwhelmed. I went to my mom crying and told her I was afraid. I was shaking and I couldn't breathe straight. I was extremely paranoid after that. Something that day changed me. Now years later, I still can't pull myself to watch those types of videos. Some of the fear's worn off, but I'm still worried about what happened and will it happen again? Ghost passenger or guardian angel? I was 16 when I got my first SUV. It was a white 1989 Jeep Cherokee. I knew nothing about repairing cars. A friend from high school used to help me fix it up. Soon we were four-wheeling and exploring whatever hills we could find. Whenever my friend wasn't around and I had a problem, my sister's boyfriend's brother would come over and fix it. He loved working on cars and always got it back up and running. It wasn't long after I got the Jeep that Billy died in a rollover car wreck in a truck he had built with his family. Anytime after that, when my Jeep had a problem, I'd park it overnight and complain to family it wouldn't start, or had electrical issues or locking issues. I would wake up and the problems would mysteriously be gone, as if someone fixed it overnight. The problems never came back. It was like Billy was still fixing things, even after he'd left us on Halloween night, October 31st, 2009. One day I was heading over to a friend's house alone on a dirt road that cut through 7 miles of the woods to his place. The dirt roads were slick after the rain. I was going maybe too fast, 35 miles an hour, as I came around a corner. I felt the bottom part of the seatbelt being yanked on, like when you were a kid and you pulled the belt to mess with the person in front of you. It kept tugging at my waist, except this Jeep had no seatbelt pretensioner. 3 hard yanks. I began to slide into the dirt ditch. As the Jeep went up the right side of the 15-foot embankment, just before striking a 16-foot pine tree, a man in a white shirt sitting in the passenger seat yelled out, "Duck!" Right as I struck the pine tree and the Jeep began to overturn at 30 miles an hour at the front and crumpled in. I hunched my body, my hands under the steering wheel, ducking my head down, just as the roof above my head collapsed. A speaker box weighing 25 pounds disconnected from the floorboard in the back, flew right past my head and smashed out the windshield, bouncing back and going out my driver's window right by my head, glass flying everywhere. I'm now upside down, sliding. To my left out the window was the ground, right by my left arm. It all felt like a movie, a dream. It happened so fast. I feared my arm would pop out and get crushed under the car as it slid. The Jeep caught traction and rolled 180 degrees back onto its wheel, facing the other direction I was traveling, Jeep still running. I was in shock. As I got out, turned off the engine as the blades were smacking engine parts making loud metal noise. I looked at the speaker box laying 100 feet away, the crumpled roof right above my head, which surely would have broken my neck if I hadn't ducked. Just mere cuts from flying glass on my arms and face. I remember the face in the passenger seat. It was Billy Funk, except he was already dead. The cause of death was determined to be a broken neck. He died instantly on impact when his roof collapsed over his head after he went up an embankment rolling his truck. Maybe it was that he worked on that truck and he never left it. Either way, that day a guardian angel saved my life. I never told a soul who knew him. I didn't want to upset anyone. Lady with a black clock standing over me. It's time. Once upon a time, in a month that has long since passed, I found myself drifting off to sleep. As I surrendered to the comforting embrace of slumber, I was completely unaware of the strange and surreal experience that awaited me. In the midst of my rest, I suddenly felt as though I had awakened, though the world around me was indescribably different. To my right, hovering over my bed, was a figure that seemed to have stepped out of the pages of a Harry Potter novel. A woman draped in a mysterious cloak, her right hand extended as she held a manual, a black clock that seemed to have been plucked from the depths of history. As I gazed in awe at this enigmatic apparition, my heart racing and my breath coming short gasps, I couldn't help but notice the position of the clock's hands, the little hand resting just past the hour of 4, and the big hand hovering close to the markers of 5 or 6. It was an image that would haunt me for days to come. In a panic, I began kicking wildly at the woman, convinced that she was trying to take me away to some unknown realm. But to my surprise, she simply stood there beside me, calmly holding the antique timepiece, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Despite my frenzied actions, the woman remained stoic and unresponsive, a silent observer of my nighttime turmoil. Eventually, I found myself gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest, and I suddenly awoke with a start, kicking out of the air in my confusion. It wasn't until later that day that I received a message that would shake me to my core. A biological child of mine had suffered from a similar night terror, waking up screaming and thrashing about in his sleep. It was a chilling coincidence, and I couldn't help but feel that the strange vision that had visited me in my sleep was trying to convey some deeper message. As I pondered the events of that fateful night, I came to a startling realization. Perhaps this waking dream was a sign that it was time to reveal a long-held truth about my loved ones. If strange and unexplainable things were beginning to happen, perhaps it was time to come clean and face the consequences of my actions. In the end, I was left with more questions than answers, but the memory of that strange, otherworldly encounter continued to haunt me for many days to come. Granny Says Hi, 1800s Garden House. When I reflected on the experience of my childhood, there's one particular incident that always sends chills down my spine. It happened when I was around 11 years old, and my nephew and I were walking home from the park one night. It was just after 9 p.m., and we only had to walk 2 blocks, but the road we took was dirt one, and it was surrounded by trees. As we approached the field just before our house, we noticed that it was foggy that night, and that's when my nephew asked, "Do you see a lady out there?" I was confused and asked him, "Where?" "To our left?" He pointed to the right, toward a white house with a white picket railing, and said, "No, by that house in the field." I was surprised because I never noticed a house there before. I squinted to see if I could spot the lady he was talking about, and then I saw her. She was an old lady around 80-something with white hair, looking straight at us. My nephew and I were spooked, and he said, "This is the empty field. There's no house here." We began to run, and I ran after him, trying to keep up. We kept asking each other what we had seen, and to our amazement, we both described the exact same thing. The next morning, we woke up to find that there was no house in that field. Just like my nephew had said, we were both puzzled, and we wanted to know more, so we went to the library and looked up what house was there. To our shock, we found a picture of the same house we had seen that night, and the old lady we had spotted had died in a fire many years ago. It was a haunting realization for us, and we vowed never to walk through that field at night again. To this day, I still think about that incident, and it sends shivers down my spine. The memory is so vivid in my mind, and I wonder if the old lady's spirit still haunts that field to this day. Nevertheless, it's a memory I'll never forget, and one that's taught me to trust my instincts and be aware of my surroundings, especially when it's dark and foggy. Mother wants to play for Halloween. Several years ago, I had the pleasure of working at a local dog shelter alongside an old high school friend. It was the day before Halloween, and as the five of us finished cleaning up and locking up for the night, I asked my coworker if she was excited for the holiday. She jokingly replied that she wasn't, but the dogs were. Perplexed, I asked what she meant, and she explained that they dressed up the dogs and took pictures of them next to pumpkins. She offered to show me the photos the next day, but she had to go home to her child. As she turned to leave, she dropped a bombshell that caught me off guard. I don't really like Halloween anyways, considering my mom is dead, she said solemnly. I expressed my condolences, and then asked if anything strange had ever happened at the shelter. She chuckled and responded, "Oh yeah, people have died here, like 2 that I know of." Just as she said this, another coworker mentioned her name, and my friend hastily made her exit. As she walked out the door, a stack of tennis balls that normally sat in a basket on the floor suddenly jumped out and began rolling behind her. The other workers screamed in terror, and I immediately gave chase, calling out to my friend to stop. She turned around, startled, and demanded to know what was going on. We all explained what had just happened, and she seemed spooked. "You're not messing with me, are you?" she asked anxiously. We shook our heads and pointed to the tennis ball at her feet. She looked down and was utterly confused. "Did you throw this at me?" she asked. We denied it and explained that the ball had thrown itself out of the basket as soon as she had mentioned her deceased mother. My friend was stunned, and I could see the fear in her eyes. She speculated that it might have been her mother, or one of the 2 workers who had died at the shelter. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. How could a tennis ball lift itself out of a basket and roll behind someone? I scrutinized the stack of balls, but they seemed like regular tennis balls. My friend warned me that tomorrow I would hear doors slamming and banging on walls where no one was. I shuddered at the thought. Seeing that tennis balls move on their own sent chills down my spine. I couldn't explain it except to say that it was possibly the work of ghosts. I even investigated the balls, squeezing them to see if they were a joke or gag balls, but they bounced just like regular tennis balls. The experience left me completely unsettled, and I couldn't wait to leave the shelter that night. Lifted by legs in bed, dragged to window. One night I had fallen asleep under the covers, and I had a dream that someone was trying to come in through the window, and I woke up to a closed window and no one there. Moments later, I felt someone clutch my legs together under the blankets and begin to lift me. I clenched my arm as hard as I could think, and I was still in a dream, but I could feel the pain in my fingernails digging in. I began to kick and squirm as I lifted my legs to the ceiling about 4 feet above my bed and slowly dragged me to the window. About 2 feet backward, I grabbed onto my sheets with my left hand, trying to hold on from being taken. I couldn't break its grip, still clenching my left arm. It dropped me in the corner above the bed on the floor. I reached for a flashlight on the wall. When I shined it at the window, nothing was seen. Arm still showing my red fingernails, thinking I'm going to wake up soon. But I was already awake. Went back to sleep to wake with the flashlight I held in my hands while I slept. The whole time this was happening, my 10-year-old German Shepherd was barking and growling up a storm, staring at where something or someone would be holding my legs. She was about 4 or 5 feet away, hackles up, acting like something was actually there. The dog was as spooked as me. Was playing with some forces that didn't like what I was doing, altering their reality. I've had precognitive dreams of the future since I was a child. First I could remember was about 8 or 9, a few a year. I found out as I got older, you can alter these events, good or bad. I'm starting to find out sometimes other forces react to how you alter their reality. I never would have believed it if I didn't experience it myself. Weird business. When I was around 17 or 18, I'm now 23, probably about a year or so before I had symptoms, I worked at a cinema which was notoriously haunted. People quit their jobs from seeing things. Multiple people I know claim to have heard unexplainable voices, laughs, and cries, doors locking, being knocked on when no one was around, that sort of thing. I was working on the food counter, and a guy in a wheelchair came in and said, "Look after your body, kid," in an extremely haunting fashion. Me, being an immature drug enthusiast, laughed it off, and I'll never forget the look he gave me when I giggled at what he said. It's almost like I can still see his face and how he said it. I've had sleep paralysis with the guy's face staring back at me. Creepy shit. But the funny thing is, shortly after this is when I started experiencing crazy health symptoms. Loss of control over my bowels and my bladder, pain in my legs and my arms. I clearly didn't listen to his advice. Smoking, drinking, doing pills, sniffing anything that can be sniffed, basically just abusing my body to a high extent. I can't help but think this guy was some kind of messenger, something warning me about the path I was about to go down. So fast forward to today. I'm not well at all, and it feels like I've ignored the signs that were put before me. I've never really been put into the whole God stuff, but I've always left a space for the thought of something bigger than me. But recently I've started praying before I go to sleep, just asking for insurance with my health, hoping for the best kind of thing. I've always had an overactive imagination. I used to think I could astral project, and always had crazy lucid dreams. But in the past few days, I feel like when I close my eyes, all I can see is crazy dark shit, almost like demons and dark shit going on. But last night I had these visions where two people were dressed in like robes, and one of them offered me a hand, which I took. One of them then continued to dig into my chest and seemingly removed the pain in my chest, and held their hand up, almost bringing attention to their 5 fingers. I don't know what this means, and it kind of scares me as to what it could mean. Unusual experience in my secluded cabin. It was a few years ago when I decided to rent my father's second property, nestled deep in the woods off a small 2-lane dirt road. The place was serene, surrounded by lush trees and greenery, but little did I know that a bizarre and unsettling experience awaited me there. It was just another typical night, with me lounging on the recliner in the main room, engrossed in some random YouTube video, and the only source of illumination was the dim light from the outside deck. Suddenly I began to feel a strange sensation creeping up in the back of my neck, that unexplainable feeling of being watched or the presence of something unsettling. The next 10 minutes were a blur, and my memory of the events that unfolded is hazy at best. I vaguely recall stepping out the front door, descending the deck steps, and looking up to see a massive white light hovering above the cabin. As soon as I laid my eyes on it, I felt a jolt of electricity coursing through my body, and I collapsed at the bottom of the stairs, my mind reeling. Despite my confusion and dizziness, I managed to pull myself up and begin crawling up the stairs. It was as if some unseen force was pulling me back, with every inch of my body fighting against it. The area around me seemed to be bathed in an ethereal glow, though I couldn't tell you if it was from the light or just a figment of my imagination. The rest of the events are lost in a haze, and I can only remember coming to my senses, standing at the kitchen sink with hot water running over my head and every single light in the house blazing to life. I was left to ponder the disturbing possibility of having experienced something truly inexplicable and frightening. Was I going crazy, or did I truly have an encounter with something out of this world? The question gnawed at my mind for days and weeks to come, leaving me with a profound sense of unease and apprehension. The experience left me questioning the very fabric of reality, and I was never quite the same after that fateful night. Ghost sleep paralysis, dream, experienced before and during the earthquake we had here in New York this past Monday. On Monday, I was jolted awake by the feeling of something sitting on me at the end of my bed. At first, I assumed it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but as I opened my eyes, I realized that nothing was there. I tried to move, but I felt paralyzed, unable to do anything. It was as if my body was frozen in place. As I lay there, trying to regain control of my body, I felt the bed shaking violently, accompanied by a loud rumbling noise. I thought that it must be a case of sleep paralysis, and I tried to calm myself down by taking deep breaths. After a few moments, I managed to roll over and try to get back to sleep. However, just as I was about to drift off, my phone rang. I answered it, and it was my brother, his voice full of panic. He told me that he had just experienced an earthquake. I was stunned. The feeling of something sitting on my bed, the shaking and the noise, it all made sense now. I realized that I had been awakened by the earthquake, and that the feeling of something sitting on my bed was just my mind's way of processing the seismic activity. Now, looking back on the incident itself, I can't help but feel that it was incredibly strange. I'm usually a very skeptical person, but there was something about that night that defied explanation. The fact that I had felt something on my bed just before the earthquake, and then received a call from my brother about it moments later, was just too much of a coincidence. Perhaps there's a deeper meaning to this experience, or perhaps it was just a strange and unusual event that defies explanation. Either way, it certainly left an impression on me, and I'll never forget that eerie feeling of something sitting on my bed on that Monday night. Joshua Tree Encounter. Once upon a time, I embarked on a journey to Joshua Tree, seeking a temporary escape from the monotony of everyday life. I was eager to immerse myself in the natural beauty of the desert and all its wonders. During one of our hikes, we decided to deviate from the well-trodden path and venture off into the unknown, driven by a desire to connect with nature in a more intimate and personal way. However, I must emphasize that straying off the trail can be dangerous, and I wouldn't recommend it unless you have a compass or an experienced guide with you. As we continued to wander, a strange sensation overtook me, as if an otherworldly entity was watching over us. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a sense of comfort and safety in its presence, as though it was guiding us through the rugged terrain. The entity felt ancient and wise, yet curious about our presence in its domain. I couldn't shake off the feeling that this entity had always been there, observing and protecting the natural environment from human destruction. It wasn't a benevolent force, one that had an intimate connection with the land, a guardian of the desert's secrets. Despite the heat and the unforgiving terrain, I felt rejuvenated by the entity's presence, as though it had awakened something within me that had been long dormant. I felt grateful for the opportunity to experience this rare encounter, but I couldn't help but wonder if others had also felt its presence during their hikes. As we continued our journey through the desert, I couldn't help but feel humbled by the vastness of nature and the secrets it held. I realized that the entity we had encountered was just a small part of the intricate web of life that thrived in the desert, one that was often overlooked by humans, being in the quest for adventure and thrill-seeking. In retrospect, that hike through Joshua Tree remains etched in my memory as a life-changing experience, one that reminded me of the importance of respecting nature and all of its inhabitants, visible and invisible. It taught me that there's much more to life than what meets the eye, and that sometimes the most profound experiences are those that cannot be explained by science or logic. It was an encounter with the mystical, an invitation to explore the unknown and embrace the beauty of the natural world. The theory of radial and tangential energy explains ghosts. Radial energy is mind energy, consciousness. There's a lot we don't understand about the brain and consciousness, but radial energy refers to the energies that we can't actually physically measure, like love and will. The idea of will is cool to hear, so hear me out. If I pick up a glass, I give it potential energy. This is tangential. I can drop the glass, which converts that potential energy to kinetic energy. But what happened in my brain before I picked up the glass? Well, I decided to. I willed myself to pick up the glass. How much will did it take for me to do that? How much will does it take for someone to get over an addiction? A lot more than I needed to pick up a glass. This is radial energy. We can't measure it, but it's there. Now, in relation to the paranormal, let's say when we all die naturally, there's a process that allows this radial energy to dissipate into something else. As the paper puts it, the radial energy is absorbed into the tangential. Thus, you lose heat when you die. You stop moving, kinetic. All energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right? So there's a process that allows our consciousness, wills, loves, and desires to convert into something else, and it dissipates. Now, what happens if you die suddenly, like a car crash, a heart attack, a gunshot? This process may be severed or interrupted, meaning that some of that radial energy lingers. It doesn't get absorbed, it merely stays as it was, at or near the place of death. Why is it that 99% of ghosts are reported to be the people who have died suddenly, when maybe their radial mind energy didn't get absorbed by the tangential energy? Here's where it gets funky. We, being alive with radial energies occurring in our brains, can perceive this. We can feel it, sense it, and I've heard stories before of cats or dogs mimicking the actions of dead owners. Like the owner only liked to drink bottled water, the cat will also only drink bottled water. What if the cat is picking up on the leftover radial energy? The likes and dislikes, the desires of a deceased person. It's not that the cat is the dead person, but its own wills and desires are being influenced by leftover wills and desires around it. This would explain mediums and psychics. They may just be able to register the effects of these radial energies on a conscious level, whereas to ordinary people, it's subconscious. We can feel the presence of someone, but we can't say this person liked to wear hats, but a psychic can. To like something is a radial energy, and they're just picking up on that energy. Likewise, we don't understand how these energies may interact. I can will myself to pick up a glass, sure, but do I actually need my arm to do that? Or is it just a mechanism that delivers this will into the tangential? What I mean is, if I had enough will, could I convert that radial energy into tangential and still make the glass move without using my arms? Now we're getting into telekinesis and telepathy. Many twins claim to be telepathic. They can feel what the other is feeling, sense their thoughts. With radial energy, this actually may be very possible. They're just picking up on each other's wills, likes, and desires. My point with this is, if a person who has died loved a particular song so much, they had an absolute favorite song, can the ghost energy left over actually convert this to tangential? Meaning when your radio turns on by itself and plays a dead relative's favorite song, is this just radial energy being converted into tangential? Do ghosts have this ability? Can they will things to happen physically despite not having any physical form? It would mean that ghosts have to be conscious at some level, but we don't even know what consciousness is. I would say that most ghosts are at least sentient. They often react to being talked to, and whether they dislike something or like something. Again, like and dislike being a radial form of energy. Can they will you to see them? Will you hear them? I doubt anyone will read all this, or hear it, but it's a really cool theory that actually basically explains everything about the paranormal. Anything paranormal you can think of, apply this radial theory to it, and you'll probably find some sort of solution. Actually, if anyone does reply, please do ask me any questions or scenarios where you think this does or doesn't apply. I would love to think about them for myself. Childhood experience with my cousin. Me and my cousin are super close to each other. We've been tight ever since we were kids. At one point in time in our life, I was around 9 years old and my family had moved in with his family in their upstairs apartment in Montebello, California. It was a pretty great time in my childhood because I'm the youngest out of all my siblings, and me and my cousin are around the same age. I finally had someone my age to play with. My cousin has 2 older siblings and a younger brother who was around 3 or 4. So having someone his age to play with at the time was also great for him too. The first couple of nights that we spent over were pretty normal. We woke up, we got ready for school, we came home and did our homework, we ate dinner, we would play for a little bit, then we went to bed. Whenever we would play after dinner, I noticed that my youngest cousin would also be playing in the front room by himself and would have a full-blown conversation with himself. I asked my cousin who was he talking to. My cousin responded with, "Yeah, I don't know, man. He keeps telling me everybody that he has, and he has an imaginary friend named Gilbert. My mom says it's just a phase that he's going through." We didn't think nothing of it, so me and my cousin would continue to play, him being 3 years old and us being 9. We would play with him whenever we could, but the age difference would always get in the way. Me and my cousin wanted to play with action figures. My little cousin wanted to play act like a puppy. It's just the nature of being a 3-year-old. Things started to take a turn when me and my cousin would notice that some of the toys would be put away. Because they were our favorites, they would always be misplaced, or not in the same position that we would leave them in. We always thought it was weird. One night after dinner, me and my cousin decided that we're going to go take our action figures and play in the kitchen table. Little did we know that we were about to experience something together that was something that we would remember for the rest of our lives. I remember grabbing all of our Marvel action figures together and bringing them all over by the kitchen table. My cousin shouts, "I want to play with Wolverine," and I respond with, "Okay, I'm going to play with Spider-Man." And just as 9-year-old kids do, we let our imagination take over and we begin playing with our action figures. In the middle of our role-playing, my little cousin comes up to us and asks if we can play hide-and-seek with him. My cousin told him, "No, we're going to go play with our toys, but you can hide and play with us if you want to." I remember after my cousin said no, my little cousin stood there looking at us. Then he turned to his side and said, "See, I told you they didn't want to play." Me and my cousin looked at each other like he was crazy, and I said to him, "Who are you talking to?" And my little cousin responded with, "I'm talking to my friend Gilbert. He wants us to play hide and seek. He doesn't like it when you guys say no." I remember laughing and telling my little cousin, "Well, tell your friend Gilbert that we don't want to play with him." My little cousin just looked at us one more time and walked away. Me and my other cousin laughed it off and continued to play with our toys. As we were playing, me and my cousin start to hear noises coming from the kitchen. We both look at each other in the facial expressions that describe without saying words, "Did you hear that?" And while looking at one another simultaneously, we both shrugged and continued to play. Once we started playing again, we hear what sounds like dishes and the dish racks starting to shake, like if someone was vibrating them. We both look at each other again. Both of our facial expressions are the same. We both are looking at each other like, what in the hell is going on in the kitchen? So we put our toys down and we peek our heads into the kitchen area, and as we do, we see the dish rack shaking uncontrollably. I remember feeling confused and thinking to myself, why is it shaking like that? And as me and my cousin are both looking at the dish rack shake for no reason, we both see a butter knife suddenly rise up from out of the dish rack, hover in the air for a second, then get tossed in our direction onto the floor. Me and my cousin are now both looking at this butter knife on the floor about 2 feet away from us. We're both looking at each other. I say to him, "Did you see that?" And he responds with, "Yeah." Then my cousin decides to tell me about all these conversations that he's been overhearing between his mom and his stepdad, about all the weird things that have been happening around his apartment, and how they both feel that Gilbert is a spirit that's been following my little cousin. Then he told me that a few nights before we moved into his apartment, him and his older sister were in their room, and that they shared together, and they were watching TV, when all of a sudden they hear footsteps in their hallway. He said that him and his older sister were the only ones awake during that time on the weekend, and every time they would open up their room to look out, they wouldn't see anybody. He said that they went back and continued to watch TV with the door shut. Then again, all of a sudden, they hear the footsteps charging in the direction of their room in the hallway, and as soon as they got close to their door, boom, the door burst open, and they could hear footsteps running away. As we got older, we were both in our early 20s. Me and my cousin got drunk together one night. It was pretty close to a holiday, and we were both discussing our experiences we had with family members, including our grandmother. My grandmother still lives in the same apartment complex, but downstairs to where my cousin used to live. She's been there for so long that she's very good friends with the owner of the apartment. The grandmother decides to tell us, finally, to admit us, that my younger cousin's friend Gilbert was anything but imaginary. Both my grandmother and grandfather claim to have actually seen him. She described him as a boy with somewhat of a bowl cut, wearing old-fashioned clothes such as a button-up long-sleeve shirt, but the sleeves rolled up and trouser suspenders. She told us that the night she would see him, she knew it wasn't normal, so she contacted the owner of the apartment and explained to him that she had seen this thing and she had experienced it. She said that the owner had admitted that a family had once lived in the upper apartments where my cousin used to live, a very long time ago when the apartments were first built. He had told her that the family's youngest son had passed away upstairs, but he's not exactly sure about the specifics of the situation. He said the little boy's name was Gilbert. Screaming girl in my basement. I hear nothing. It was a dark and stormy night when I heard the first screams. I lived in a 100-year-old two-story double house with my family. The house had always seemed a bit creepy to me, but I never imagined the horrors that lay within. I had been living in this house since I was about 4 or 5 years old, and I'd never experienced anything paranormal until these past couple of days. It started with a call from our neighbor, who sounded frightened, claimed to have heard screams coming from the basement of our house. We thought it might be us. We're a pretty loud family, especially when watching a basketball game, which we do about every day. But then things took a turn for the worse. 3 police cars showed up at our door, responding to a call from a person who'd claimed that they heard screams from a little girl coming from our basement. We were all in shock as we knew that it couldn't have been any of us. Our little sister is only a couple of years younger than me, and she never screams like that. Our basement is unfinished, and only my mom goes down there to do laundry. As we searched the basement, we found nothing, but the screams continued to haunt us, getting louder and more frequent with each passing night. We were terrified, and we had no idea what to do. And then there was the abandoned pasta factory next door. It had been abandoned for many decades, but still stood imposing and ominous. There were rumors that it was haunted, and it had always been curious. But now I wished it had never even been there. The screams continued, and as they seemed to be coming from both our basement and the abandoned pasta factory next door, it was as if the spirits of the past had been awakened and they were coming for us. As the day went by, the screams got louder and more horrifying. We tried to leave the house, but the screams followed us wherever we went. We were trapped with no escape from the horrors that lurked in the shadows. The ghosts of the past had come to claim us, and we were powerless to stop them. Our house had become a living nightmare, and we were doomed to spend the rest of our lives in terror and fear. The screams continued to echo through the halls, a constant reminder of the horrors that lay within. Jail ghosts. So I worked at a county jail. One night I was working in the maximum security unit on a night shift. It was pretty boring with nothing to do except for checks and going around, looking at each cell every 30 minutes or so to make sure everything was okay. And the inmates weren't doing anything, but they weren't supposed to anyway. It had been about 15 minutes or so since my last check, now sitting in the control room reading a book to pass the time. The control room sits higher than floor level and looks out over the cell block. If a person average height were to walk right by you, you would see only the top of their head. And as I'm reading my book, I see out of the peripheral, the top of a bald head walk past the window. I knew that nobody else was in the area, as another officer would have had to go through the 2 sets of remotely open doors, and there was no way past my control room. I looked up and into the cell block. I didn't see anyone. I then looked at the camera monitors, which showed every angle of the cell block. Still nothing. I put my book down and exited the control room, making sure to lock the door behind me, just in case an inmate got out of their cell and couldn't lock me out of the control room. It's uncommon, but it's possible. I walked into the cell block, shining my flashlight into some of the more dimly lit areas. I took notice that I didn't hear a cell door close, so if an inmate did get out of the cell, they would have either had to close their cell door incredibly quietly, or they were hiding somewhere. I radioed for another officer to respond to my location as backup. I began to conduct a check, making sure to count the inmates in each cell and pull on the door to make sure it was locked. When I reached the upper tier, one of the inmates was standing at the cell window and asked me what time it was. When I told him, he noted that I was early on my check and that I'd been checking the doors. These guys have nothing to do but watch you. The inmate checked if I saw the bald-headed guy. He must have seen the expression on my face because he said that he was seeing somebody, at least once a night, usually passing quickly by the cell windows. He said they always knew it was him because there were no bald officers on shift night. I went back to the control room and locked behind me. I asked the officer who responded as my backup about the bald-headed guy. He was a senior officer and said that he was never personally seen him, but it wasn't uncommon for officers to report it. I never saw the bald-headed guy again. Eventually I was promoted, and every once in a while an officer or inmate will ask me about him. First ever ghost experience. It was the year 2022, and I was in my first room watching some videos when all of a sudden the light turned off for a split second. I thought it was just my parents playing a prank on me, but when I told them, they were completely disinterested. I shrugged it off and continued watching my videos. However, a few minutes later, I heard some objects falling off the hallway table. I was skeptical of what had just happened, but I decided to investigate. As I walked down the hallway, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air around me felt heavy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About an hour later, as I was taking a look at my airsoft gun, I saw 2 pairs of shadowy legs under my door. My heart raced as the legs walked into my room, where the light had turned off earlier. I tried to open the door to confront whoever was in my room, but to my horror, there was no one there. I searched the room for any sign of life, but there was nothing. The feeling of being watched only intensified, and I knew something wasn't right. I searched the room again, but to no avail. I thought it might have been one of my pets, but I couldn't find them anywhere in the room. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched and that something sinister was lurking in the shadows. Every time I entered the room, the feeling of dread and fear consumed me, and I could feel my heart racing in my chest. Days turned to weeks, and weeks turned into months, but the paranormal activity never ceased. Strange noises and objects would move on their own, and I could feel a presence watching me from the shadows. I tried everything to get rid of the entity, but nothing worked. It was as if the entity had taken control of my home, and I was powerless to stop it. Every night I would hear footsteps, whispers, and the feeling of a cold breath on the back of my neck. I knew that I wasn't alone, and that something was out to get me. The fear and horror I experienced were beyond anything I'd ever felt before. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, and there was no escape. The entity had taken over my home, and it seemed like it was never going to leave. To this day, I still live in fear, always watching over my shoulder, wondering if the entity will ever return. The experience left me scarred for life, and I know that I'll never forget the terror that I felt in the room. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we bring you stories that will leave you with more questions than answers. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay in the loop with our latest enigmatic tales. We hope you enjoy the ride. As I delve deeper into my childhood memories, I'm struck by the strange and inexplicable nature of our early years. There are certain memories that seem to defy explanation, such as my distinct recollection of levitating down the stairs of my childhood home. It was not a dream, for I have vivid memories of my dreams from that time, and this was something entirely different. What's most intriguing about this experience is that I'm not alone in it. There are countless others that have shared similar memories of levitating or floating during their childhood. It's as if there's a shared repository of experiences that we all tap into in our youth, a collective consciousness that binds us all together. But levitating is not the only shared memory that we seem to possess. I've read about others who recall about being able to breathe underwater, or being able to communicate telepathically with animals. These are not memories that can be easily explained away, and they leave us with more questions than answers. What is it about our childhood that allows us to tap into this collective consciousness? Is it simply a matter of our minds being more open and receptive at a young age? Or is there something more mystical at play? Some people believe that children are more in tune with the natural world and its energies, which allows them to experience things that are beyond our understanding as adults. Others believe that these shared memories are a product of a cultural legend, passed down through generations and ingrained in our collective subconscious. Still, others believe that there is a spiritual or metaphysical dimension to this phenomenon, connecting us to something greater than ourselves. The mystery of our shared memories is one that fascinated scientists and researchers for decades. Some have even conducted experiments in an attempt to uncover the truth behind these strange experiences, but despite their efforts, the phenomenon remains largely unexplained. Perhaps we'll never fully understand the mystery of our childhood memories, and that's part of what makes them so intriguing. Our early years are a time of wonder and magic, when anything seems possible, and the world is full of limitless potential. And it's these shared experiences that connect us to something greater than ourselves, binding us together in a web of shared memories and experiences that shape us who we are as individuals and as a society. So, as I continue to ponder the mysteries of my childhood memories, I'm reminded of the magic and wonder that exists in the world around us, and I'm grateful for the collective consciousness that binds us all together, connecting us to something greater than ourselves, and reminding us that the limitless potential that lies within each and every one of us. Thoughts about the movie The Night House. As I sit here reflecting on the movie I just watched, I can't help but be struck by the sheer brilliance of the way the ghost or demon was represented. The use of geometrical figures throughout the house was a stroke of pure creative genius, a way to convey to the audience that something was undeniably wrong and mysterious within the walls of the house. It was a clever way to communicate to the audience that the protagonist was not seeing things the same way the spectator was seeing them. And she was in a different angle altogether. The subtle but powerful message was not lost on me, and I found myself drawn into the story in a way that I haven't experienced in a long time. And then there is the last scene of this movie. Without giving away any spoilers, let me just say that it's nothing short of shocking. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I was left reeling long after the credits had rolled. It was a masterful representation of the ghost or demon or whatever you want to call it, and it left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the supernatural. Throughout the entire movie, the use of geometrical figures in a certain angle was an accurate and effective way to represent the ghost or demon. It was a subtle but powerful tool that helped to convey the otherworldly presence in a way that was both eerie and captivating. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen, and I found myself completely engrossed in the story. All in all, I was blown away by the movie's representation of the supernatural. It was a masterful piece of storytelling that left me on the edge of my seat from beginning to end. I can't recommend it highly enough, and I'm sure it'll be a long time before I can see anything that'll top it. I seen my great-grandfather the morning of my daughter's birth. It was a bittersweet time in my life. Carrying my first child was a joyous occasion, but the passing of my great-grandfather left a void in our family. I had always admired him and looked up to him as a role model. He was a wise, kind, and always had a smile on his face. I was heartbroken at the thought that my child would never get to meet him and learn from him. It was a cold, dark morning when it happened. I was abruptly woken up at 5 a.m. by a sharp contraction. As I sat up in bed, still groggy from sleep, I noticed a figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was my great-grandfather, although his form was hazy and indistinct. I recognized his face immediately, but before I could even utter a word, he vanished into thin air. I was left feeling bewildered and shaken. Later that day at the hospital, I recounted my eerie encounter to my mother. She listened intently, then shared with me that she had been finding pennies in strange places all morning. Her theory was that our beloved one who had passed on leaves these coins behind as a sign that they're still watching over us. I was skeptical at first, but her explanation gives me some comfort. As the day wore on, strange things kept happening. My mother found another penny in her shoe, and my husband discovered one on his desk at work. It was as if my great-grandfather was leaving these coins for us in a way to let us know that he was still with us in spirit. But the most significant penny of all was the one that I found. As I glanced down at my big, swollen belly, I noticed a shiny penny resting on it. It was as if my great-grandfather was saying, "I may be gone, but I'm still with you and I always will be." The penny was a small but powerful reminder that death doesn't mean the end of our connections to those we love. Years have passed since that fateful day, but I still think about my great-grandfather often. Every time I find a penny in an unexpected place, I can't help but smile and feel a sense of comfort. I'm grateful for the brief but meaningful encounter I had with him and for the signs he left behind to remind me that he's always watching over me and my family. Grandpa came back in a dream to save me from a miscarriage. As I sit here reflecting on the journey my husband and I have taken, I'm struck by the twists and turns that life can bring. Our struggle with infertility had been a long and difficult one, filled with moments of hope and despair. But throughout it all, we've clung to the belief that our loved ones are watching over us, guiding us through our most difficult times. It was almost 3 years ago that my grandpa passed, leaving a void in my heart that I thought could never be filled. He was my confidant, my mentor, my friend. And then, almost 2 years ago, my grandma followed him into the great beyond. I was devastated, but I knew that they were both at peace and watching over us. And so we embarked on the IVF journey. We knew that we weren't alone. We felt the presence of our loved ones urging us on and supporting us every step of the way. As the time drew near us to transfer our first baby, we were filled with nerves and trepidation. And then my mom called me and told me about a dream she had had. In the dream, she was at a truck stop surrounded by noise and chaos. She was at a phone booth, and sitting right behind her was my grandma. On the other end of the phone, my grandma, despite the noise and commotion, had kept saying one thing over and over. "Make sure she's on prednisone. She needs to be on prednisone." I was stunned when I heard it, for prednisone is known for its ability to be a natural-born killer of cells that cause miscarriages. It was as if my grandpa was reaching out in the form of this from beyond the grave, guiding us in our most difficult time. It was a powerful and humbling experience, one that filled me with a sense of awe and wonder. For in that moment, I knew that we weren't alone, that our loved ones were with us every step of the way, guiding us and supporting us as we embarked on this journey of life. And so, as we move forward, we do so with a sense of peace and purpose. We know that our loved ones are watching over us, and that they'll continue to guide us through the ups and downs of life. It's a comforting thought, one that fills us with hope and joy, even in our darkest moments. My husband's dog passed away, and I believe he came back for a final goodbye. As I sit here recounting the story of my husband's beloved dog Rocco, I'm struck by the deep bond that existed between them. For almost 17 years, Rocco had been a constant presence in our lives, a faithful companion who had seen us through the ups and downs of life. But as Rocco grew older, he began to suffer from health issues. Arthritis made it difficult for him to move around, and they found a tumor that added to his woes. Despite our best efforts to care for him, his condition worsened, and we knew that the time had come to say goodbye. It was a difficult decision, one that filled us with sadness and regret, but we knew that it was the kindest thing we could do for Rocco, to ease his suffering and let him go with dignity and grace. And so, we spent a final weekend with Rocco, cherishing every moment we had left with him. We showered him with love and affection, telling him how we loved him so much and how grateful we were for the joy he had brought into our lives. On the day we put him down, we did our best to keep ourselves distracted, to avoid dwelling on the pain and sadness that threatened to overwhelm us. My husband went to the gym, and I was walking upstairs when I saw a pee puddle. At first, I felt a surge of frustration and anger. After all, Rocco had often had accidents in the house, and I had grown used to cleaning up after him. But then something inside me shifted, and I felt a sudden wave of emotion. Was it possible, I wondered, that Rocco was saying goodbye in his own way? Was this his final gift to us? A reminder of his presence and his love? I couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Even as tears streamed down my face, for in that moment I felt a profound sense of connection to Rocco, a sense that he was still with us and in some small way, even though he was gone. And as I look back on that moment now, I'm filled with a sense of gratitude and wonder, for in the midst of our grief and sadness, Rocco reminded us of the power of love, of the enduring bond that exists between human and animal. Are there any convincing paranormal television shows? The debate over the authenticity of paranormal shows has raged on for years, with believers and skeptics constantly at odds. As someone who enjoys watching shows like the Holzer Files, I find myself constantly questioning the validity in the claims being made by the investigators. It's a difficult balance for these shows to strike, as they need to provide entertainment while still staying true to the events that are actually being portrayed. Despite this challenge, there are a few shows that stand out to me as particularly convincing. One such show is Paranormal Lockdown, which follows a team of investigators as they spend 72 hours in a haunted location. The show is unscripted, and the team uses a variety of different tools and techniques to try to communicate with any spirits that may be present. The show's emphasis on the scientific method of investigation, combined with the team's willingness to engage with the paranormal, creates a compelling and convincing viewing experience. Another show that I find intriguing is The Dead Files, which takes a unique approach to the paranormal investigation. The show features a retired homicide detective and a psychic medium working together to investigate paranormal activity. The show's format is unique, with the medium providing insights and impressions while the detective conducts a more traditional investigation. This allows for a multifaceted approach to the investigation, making the show both compelling and convincing. Of course, it's important to approach these shows with an open mind. While it's impossible to say for certain whether the events portrayed in these shows are real or not, they can still be a fascinating glimpse into the world of the paranormal, whether you're a believer or a skeptic. These shows are sure to spark your imagination and keep you entertained, so sit back, relax, and let yourself be drawn into the mystery and intrigue of the paranormal world. Odd coincidences or spirits, music playing. The love and connection we all have with our grandparents run deep, and we want to honor them in the best way possible, by naming our son after each of them. But little did we know that this would lead to a series of unexplainable occurrences that left us feeling both intrigued and a bit spooked. Ever since our son was born, there's been a strange feeling in his bedroom that we're being watched as we put him to sleep. At first, we dismissed it as new parent jitters, but as time went on, it became more apparent that there was actually something else at play here. Our son would stare at one specific corner of the room and neither smile or give a blank stare, which led us to believe that he was seeing something that we couldn't. It was unnerving to say the least. We couldn't help but wonder if it was the presence of our grandfather looking over him. Adding another layer of intrigue to the story is the fact that both my mother and I regularly wake up at 4:39 a.m., which happens to be the badge number of my grandpa, who was a state trooper. It's a strange coincidence that we can't explain, but it's also comforting to know that he's with us in some way. But perhaps the most eerie occurrence was when my husband's childhood radio, which belonged to his late grandpa, after he passed away, the radio would randomly turn on and play music that they enjoyed together. It was a sweet reminder of his grandpa's love, but it's a bit creepy when it would happen unexpectedly. Now, as our son regularly wakes up screaming at 4:39 a.m., we can't help but wonder if there's a connection between all these occurrences. The last 2 nights, we went into his room to comfort him, and his music box was playing nursery music on its own, as if being activated by an unseen force. The music box is across the room and has to be pressed on by a button, and there's no explanation for how it could have been started playing on its own. It's a perplexing and unnerving situation that can't seem to find a logical explanation for. To make matters even more intriguing, when we brought our son into our bedroom, my husband asked him what was going on, and he responded by saying, I hear him in my ears." It's a chilling response that left us with more questions than answers. While we can't say for sure what's causing these events, we can't help but feel that there's something out of the ordinary happening. Whether it's a connection to our grandfather or something else entirely, we're left with a feeling of both unease and comfort, knowing that their love is still with us and guiding us through this perplexing situation. My kitten died a couple weeks ago, but I think he's still around. A bit after my childhood dog died, I felt a hole in my heart. She was old and I was ready for her to go, but the house still felt so empty. So I went to get a rescue kitten and ended up making it one of the best friends I ever had the pleasure of being around. Mace was the sweetest little boy, always wanting to be next to people and loved. He would sit on my lap and play video games with me, explore my office at work, and just be a little goofball. It seemed like he always did his best to keep me laughing, not to mention he legitimately did nothing wrong. He never threw up, never had an accident anywhere, and he was exceptionally clean. Fast forward 7 months, and my girlfriend and I took a week-long vacation. My mother had mentioned he wasn't eating as much, but we both thought he just missed me. Towards the end of my vacation, he stopped eating entirely, and when I got home, he noticeably lost weight. I spoon-fed him some wet food and hung out with him for the day after I got back. The next morning, my mother had brought him to the vet, where we had learned that he had FIP, and he was going to die in the coming days. His organs were floating in fluid at that point, and it started affecting his brain. We elected to put him down instead of letting him suffer, a decision I'm still not sure was the right one. I didn't want my friend to suffer, though. Even as he died, he was rubbing against my beard and nuzzling into my arms. I haven't stopped crying since I buried him next to my dog. The other night, though, I saw him at my feet when I was getting water in the middle of the night. Clear as day, I thought I was going crazy. But I was still happy, nonetheless. He was checking up on me. Just an hour ago, my mother called me to her room to tell me that her pillow had an impact and then it was vibrating. He always jumped up on that pillow in order to wake her up, for snuggles, and later in the night she heard meowing. A few days prior at my girlfriend's house, I heard meowing from downstairs and then saw her cat, one who can't meow by the way, run up with zoomies, only to return just as excited. This may all be coincidence, but I hope it's my friend making sure we're all okay and meeting his would-be sister. How I knew ghosts were real. I only knew that when I was a kid and I moved into my childhood home, something was off. When I was around 8, we moved into my childhood home, and by that time I was 10, and I had seen ghosts multiple times. When I was younger, me and my cousin would have sleepovers together. We would all sleep in the same room, and one night we were all on the floor and we were watching YouTube under the covers, but my cousin had fallen asleep. He had always been scared of the dark, but when I peeked out of the covers about to turn over to sleep, I see a dark, huge figure of something. I still can't explain what the hell that was, but it gets even worse as time goes on. To give a quicker summary of my paranormal experience, I'll just say the ones I can remember. For context, my little brother has diabetes, so we're always having to watch his sugar. His sugar got so high one time that we had to go to the hospital, and he was severely sick for multiple days. After this, about a week later, we were all paranoid about him being home alone, because he just almost died. But one night I was sleeping in my room and I hear a scream, and it sounds like someone saying, "Help me." That sounded just like him. I went in there to see if he was okay, and he wasn't even in there. He was in his room asleep perfectly fine. Another thing is something grabbing my hair when I was in the shower and yanking it into the air, and then letting it fall back down. No joke. After the shower, I heard a woman screaming about her hair. Later on, we had found out that the last lady that owned the house had her ashes poured in the backyard, which I had no problem with at the time, but I still thought it was a bit creepy. Anyways, time goes on and it kind of calms down for a while, except with me and my friends playing Red Door, Yellow Door. If you don't know what Red Door, Yellow Door is, it's a game or a ritual, I guess, that you rub your friends' temples while changing, while they lay down and they fall into a deep, almost sleep in their brain, with multiple doors that you can enter with different colors on them. The person that's rubbing the temples is the host that tells the player what door they should go in, while the player is saying to us what they see. Look up to find out more. It's hard to explain. Do not play this game unless you fully understand what you're getting into. But anyways, we all played it all the time, and we would play it anywhere because we thought it was so fun to interact with the paranormal. So as time went on, we kept playing it, and we all started seeing figures in my house. And at one point, I woke up with a spider-like figure on top of me. And yes, I could completely move, so I was confused. My parents started seeing things more clearly. They would see and hear figures move around just like I did, even though they first didn't believe me at all. We see and hear figures all the time. One time my dad even asked out loud if a spirit is here, then turned the TV off, and then guessing what happened? The TV turned off. Anyways, back to the Red Door, Yellow Door. Eventually my friend could easily go into the game and could talk to the people that appeared in the game. We didn't know who these people were, but my friend described one as an old lady, a dark figure in a hat, which I had seen before in the attic of my house, and the spider-like creature that had been on top of me before. My friend asked the older lady what her name was and why all these spirits are in my house, because at this point I was ready to feel safe in my house again. The older woman said her name. Her name was the lady that had previously owned the house and had her ashes poured in the backyard. I was shocked and I kept asking her questions and my friend would tell her what she said back. She said she'd been watching me grow up. I still questioned her more to see if this was actually real, so I asked her what her husband's name was, and she said his name, and I'd never told my friends what her husband's name was. She told us that the dark figure with the hat on was an old spirit that had bad intentions, along with the spider-like creature that she said was a newer spirit that she didn't know much about. We were all shocked, to say the least. There's a little after that happened, but besides that, things have been getting a lot more paranormal. My parents getting their feet grabbed, lights turning off, and we all steadily see figures, which I'm still amazed about because neither of them before this believed in ghosts. My mom recently experienced something banging on my door and shaking my doorknob, almost like they're trying to get in. I guess this is the end of the story for now, though. My friend was messing with me from beyond the grave. Let me tell you a story about a small Midwestern town with a population of around 500 people. I, being in my early 20s, work in an adjacent town that's about 10 or 15 minutes away. 1 week ago, a good friend of mine, whom we'll call L, passed away unexpectedly. The entire community was devastated by his loss because he was a well-loved and respected member of the town. Every morning on his way to work, I passed by his girlfriend's house. Today, as I was driving my usual route, I couldn't help but feel like Elle paid me a visit as I passed by her house. It felt like he was watching over his girlfriend and thought, now's my chance to fuck with him. Just like he used to do when he was alive. I mean, why couldn't he do things like this in the afterlife, right? As I continued driving, something strange happened. On my keychain, I have a key locator, which is basically a tiny speaker that beeps when you press the button on the remote. Suddenly, as I was passing by his girlfriend's house, the beeper started going off. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I was momentarily scared shitless. But then I realized that it was probably Elle, and I could almost hear him laughing at me as I sat in the car. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, a stray signal from something in the car that set off the beeper. But something in me just knew that it was Elle and he was trying to communicate with me. Maybe it was his way of letting us know that he was okay, and wherever he is now, he's watching over us. The past few nights, I haven't been able to sleep, thinking about Elle and his sudden passing. But after this experience, I feel a little bit better. It gives me a sense of relief and closure, knowing that he's okay and watching over his girlfriend. I know it may sound crazy to some people, but I truly believe that our loved ones can communicate with us from beyond the grave. And for me, this experience was another reminder that there's so much we don't understand about the afterlife and what truly lies beyond. The cats are interdimensional beings. As the days passed, I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something strange about Simon's disappearance. It wasn't just the fact that he had vanished without a trace, but the eerie sense that I was being watched. It was as if someone or something was observing me from the shadows, waiting for the night, the moment to reveal itself. Then one night I had a vivid dream, which I was walking through a strange otherworldly landscape. The sky was a deep shade of purple, and the ground was made of a soft, spongy material that gave way beneath my feet. In the distance, I saw a figure that resembled Simon, his eyes glowing like two embers in the darkness. As I approached him, he turned and scampered away, disappearing into the shadows. When I woke up, I was filled with a sense of unease. Was it just a dream, or was it something more? I couldn't help but wonder if Simon had somehow led me into a different dimension, one that had existed parallel to our own. As I continued to research the topic of teleportation in cats, I came across a wealth of information about the mystical and supernatural properties of felines. According to ancient legends, cats were revered as sacred creatures that possessed magical powers, including the ability to cross between worlds and communicate with spirits. One theory suggested that cats were capable of harnessing a form of energy known as quantum entanglement, which allowed them to move more freely between different dimensions without being constrained by the laws of physics. Another theory proposed that cats were actually extraterrestrial beings, sent to Earth to observe and guide humanity in its evolution. Whether or not these theories had any basis in reality, one thing is clear. There was much more to cats than meet the eye. As I looked at Simon's empty food dish, I couldn't help but wonder where he had gone and what secrets he had taken with him. The mysteries of the universe were vast and unfathomable, and I realized that perhaps we're all just scratching the surface of what's truly possible. My childhood home, unexplained occurrences, and paranormal encounters. As you continue to reflect on the strange occurrences that happened in your childhood home, new memories and details flood back to you, painting a more vivid picture of the otherworldly presence that resided there. You recall the sensation of being watched, even when you were alone in your room. It was as if there was a pair of eyes following your every move, but when you turned to look, no one was there. This feeling was particularly strong in the attic, where you always felt like something was lurking in the shadows. There were also strange smells that would come and go without explanation. Sometimes it was a sweet floral scent, while other times it was a musty, unpleasant odor that made you feel sick to your stomach. It was as if the entity in the house was trying to communicate with you through your senses. But perhaps the most unnerving experience was the time you woke up in the middle of the night to find an old woman sitting at the foot of your bed. She wore a long white gown and had a serene expression on her face. You couldn't see through her, but you could tell she was not of this world. You tried to scream, but no sound would come out. Eventually she disappeared, leaving you trembling in fear. These experiences have stayed with you throughout the years, and you share them with others, and you realize that many people have had similar encounters. You wonder what it all means and why these entities choose to reveal themselves in such strange ways. Despite the fear and uncertainty that these experiences brought, you can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the time you spent in that house. It's as if the entity was trying to tell you something, to show you that there's more to this world than what meets the eye, and even though you may never fully understand what happened in that house, you know that it'll always be part of you. Shadow figure. When I was 9 or 10 years old, something truly strange and frightening happened. I was walking down the stairs in my house when I suddenly felt compelled to look up, and as I did, I saw a tall black figure moving quickly across the room. It had no limbs, just a dark, ominous shape that moved too quickly to be seen. My brother was downstairs at the time, and the figure certainly wasn't him. I told my mom about the experience, but she brushed it off and said nothing. It wasn't until I was 14 that my mother revealed a shocking truth about our home. Apparently, before our family moved in, someone had used a Ouija board in the house and left it open. This had apparently made the spirit of an old man who had died in the house more active. The spirit was said to have thrown clothes on the floor and scratched my mother. When my mother didn't catch on, the spirit started to target the children because they were younger and more vulnerable. Despite my mother's claims that the spirit had been expelled by a priest, I continued to experience strange occurrences in the house. You could hear noises coming from the walls and see objects moving out of the corner of your eye and experience bangs in the night. Even more frighteningly, you would hear whispers of your name and other strange things. I was convinced that whatever was in the house was not truly gone, despite the priest's best efforts. In fact, I had a nagging feeling that the spirit is still present and watching over me, waiting for the right moment to make its presence known once again. This has me feeling a constant sense of unease and anxiety. wondering where the spirit will strike next. The memory of the black figure that moved across the room all those years ago has never left my mind, and I'm haunted by the fear of what might be lurking in the shadows of my home. Did you have an inexplicably weird and impossible thing happen to you as a kid? The individual's memories of teleportation and flying may seem fantastical and unbelievable, but there have been other cases of people claiming to have experienced similar phenomena. One such case is that of Carlos Castaneda, a controversial writer and anthropologist who claimed to have learned shamanic techniques from the Yaqui Indian named Don Juan Matus. Castaneda wrote extensively about his experiences, including his ability to teleport and to transform into a bird or a coyote. While Castaneda's claims have been widely criticized and debunked, his writings have inspired a whole generation of seekers who believe in the possibility of accessing higher states of consciousness and transcending the limitations of the physical world. Another case worth mentioning is that of the so-called Philadelphia experiment, a supposed secret experiment conducted by the U.S. Navy during World War II, in which a warship, the USS Eldridge, was said to have been made invisible and teleported from one location to another. While there's no concrete evidence to support the claims, the story's become super popular as an urban legend and has been the subject of numerous books, films, and TV shows. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these stories is not whether they're true or not, but what they reveal about our deepest desires and fears. The idea of being able to teleport or fly may seem like a childhood fantasy, but it also taps into our yearning for freedom, adventure, and transcendence. At the same time, it reflects our fear of being trapped in a mundane and limited existence, and our longing to break free from the constraints of time and space. In a way, the fact that these stories persist and continue to fascinate us is a testament to the enduring power of the human imagination. Our ability to envision new possibilities, to dream of a better world, and to explore the unknown is what's driven us to achieve great things throughout history. Whether or not we ever truly teleport or fly, the fact that we can imagine is a testament to the boundless potential of the human mind. I just want to share a funny and strange experience over a decade ago, plus a discussion question. When I was around 8 years old, I was staying over at a friend's house for the night, and it seemed like an ordinary evening. I was heading up with my friend to the bedroom to settle in for the night. However, what happened next would stay with me for years to come. In the middle of the night, I was awoken by a familiar tune of the theme song of What's New, Scooby-Doo playing in my head. This might not have been unusual in and of itself, as the song was catchy and it often played on TV shows. However, the time is what made it strange. It was around 1 a.m., and the song was playing loudly and clearly. At first, I assumed it was just my imagination, as I know the song well, and I could easily imagine it playing in my head. However, the song just kept playing and repeating without any interruptions. If it was all in my head, I would have been distracted by another song or something at some point. Feeling curious and a bit spooked, I decided to investigate. I snooped around the house, all the while still hearing the song at the same volume, but couldn't find any TV or radio playing the song. I was completely baffled. After about 20 minutes of listening to the song repeat endlessly, I eventually tried to go back to sleep and the song finally stopped. It was as if someone had suddenly shut off the source of the music, and the silence that followed was deafening. While I had experienced other paranormal events in the past, including things moving on their own, in particular, the experience of a song poltergeist was unlike anything that I've ever encountered before. To this day, I wonder what exactly caused that eerie and inexplicable playing of the Scooby-Doo theme song in the middle of the night. I admit that I almost wish it would happen again, just so I could relive the surreal experience one more time. Ghost has been mimicking me twice now, maybe more, I don't know. When it comes to unexplainable occurrences, some people may be more skeptical and dismissive, while others are open-minded and intrigued by the possibilities. For the latter group, stories like this one can be fascinating, and perhaps even a bit eerie. The story takes place in a family home where the narrator lives with their mother, stepfather, and sister. It was around December, a time when people believe the veil between the physical world and the spiritual world is quite thin, and paranormal activity can increase. One night the mother was awoken by the narrator, who supposedly came into her room and said they were going to the bathroom. The stepfather heard the voice as well, but didn't see anyone in the room. The mother got up and went to check on the narrator, only to find them sound asleep in their own room. What makes this story even more intriguing is the fact that the narrator has seen several people saying that child ghosts often mimic other people. This raises the question, was the voice of the mother and stepfather actually the narrator, or was it something else entirely? Could it have been a ghostly presence in the house, mimicking the narrator's voice in an attempt to make contact? It's also worth noting that the narrator mentions feelings like people may think they're crazy for sharing the story. This is a common fear among those that have experienced paranormal phenomena, as there can be a stigma attached to such experiences. However, it's important to remember that everyone's reality is unique, but just because something can't be explained by science or logic doesn't mean it isn't real. As the narrator continues to live in the house, they may experience more strange occurrences and continue to wonder about the mysterious voice that woke their mother up that night. It's impossible to say for sure what happened, but one thing is certain. Stories like this one will continue to captivate and intrigue those who are open to the idea that there may be more to the world than what we can see and touch. My experience about living in a haunted house in a ghost town, and I want to hear other scary experiences. When I was younger, I had an experience that still haunts me to this day. It all started with my sister, and we were on vacation with her aunt to a small ghost town in South Dakota. I was around 12 at the time, and we experienced what was one of the scariest things I've ever encountered. There were several other instances that happened during our stay, but I want to focus on the one that scared me the most. It was still light outside around 2 p.m., and her aunt had gone out to get groceries with my cousins. My sister and I stayed home, hanging out in the living room while I played a game on my laptop. Suddenly we heard a door close upstairs. It made us both jump, but we didn't think much of it at first. A few minutes later, we heard the water from the sink in the restroom upstairs start running. This was strange because no one was supposed to be up there. I sat there for about a minute, waiting to see if it would turn off or if I could hear someone moving around, but there was nothing. Suddenly we heard the sound of a cup being filled with water and then just dropped on the floor. It happened 5 or 6 times, each time a cup being filled with water and then falling to the ground. My sister and I were frozen with fear, unable to move or even speak. Finally, my sister mustered up the courage to go upstairs, and I followed her. I ended up in front of her, slowly walking up to the restroom where we could hear the cup fall one last time. I opened the door and found nothing. No water, no cup, nothing. It was just empty, regular restroom. After we wrapped our heads around what had just happened, we ran downstairs, and I tried to open the door, but I felt like I was getting choked up. Then we heard the restroom door close and the water turn on again. We were both terrified and ended up opening the door and waiting outside, crying our eyes out. Looking back on that experience, I still can't explain what happened that day. It was something that I'll never forget. It still sends shivers down my spine to this day. Haunted childhood home. Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm currently 22 years old, and I've currently been interested in the paranormal. I set out to write about all of my experiences that I can recall, the longest one being about a house I lived in as a kid. I'm from Denmark, so obviously my grammar isn't going to be perfect, but I'll try my best. Haunted house stories from my childhood home. A little background. My mom, my then stepdad, our dog, and me moved into this house when I was 12. It was actually a basement apartment where people living upstairs that had rented out the basement. It's kind of confusing, but it was actually pretty big. We moved out when I was 16, so this happened in a span of 4 years. So anyways, we moved in and everything was well. A week after we moved in, I had my friend over to see our new living space, and I was really excited to show her. My dog, a very peaceful, quiet, lazy, and just not violent at all kind of dog, went into my room and started barking his head off. He never barked. He was standing on 2 feet and barking at the corner of my bed. It was really weird. So here I am trying to calm my dog down, but he just won't give up. When standing on 2 legs, which he's my height. And for some reason, neither my mom or my stepdad hear it. And we even hear the door open. So I went out to get them while my friend was freaking out, and he calmed down like nothing happened. That was the first weird thing that happened in that house, but not the last. We would occasionally hear high heels walking above us, chairs being pulled out and very loud bangs, all coming from upstairs. So we asked them if anything had happened, and they told us no, they were asleep. It would always happen at night, and it wasn't until they were on vacation the noises continued that we started feeling weird. They had an alarm, so as well as it would go off about once a week for no apparent reason, they never really spoke about it. I remember we would eat in the kitchen and all of us would turn our heads up the hallway at the same time because we all thought we saw someone. It was so weird. It happened all the time, and it was just because it was the norm. We told ourselves it was our imagination. We often thought someone had broken in, and countless times my stepdad went with a flashlight, but there's no one. I would often wake up hearing noises in the kitchen, thinking my mom had woken up, hearing sounds that sounded like cooking. I'd come to soon realize every time I heard those noises, there was no one there. The noises would always stop when I entered the kitchen. The scariest thing to happen in that house, though, was my stepdad. I went into their room, and they had just woken up, and he said, "Why are you up early today?" And I was like, "No, I just woke up." And as I said, all the light from his eyes just vanished. He told me and my mom that he got woken up by what he thought was me staring at them, and then he asked me, what was wrong, and I didn't say anything. I just kept staring until I walked away. He said that the girl he saw was wearing a white dress and had long black hair. I have brown hair and I don't own a white nightgown, so I don't know why he thought that was me. So sometime later we had dinner with our neighbors where the topic came up. They told us that there was a freaking murder in this house, like a girl actually got killed, and they even had the newspaper article about it. It happened right outside my room. The girl who got killed was pregnant. The man who got her pregnant already had a wife, so he killed her and tried to make it look like a suicide, which he apparently was really bad at. The time we lived in the house was actually some of the greatest years. I spent 4 years in that house, and all those years were filled with depression and anxiety. I never had hope. It was always like a cloud of black smoke, and it was hanging around me. Only in the house, though. I remember clearly that every time I went out, I was happy, and I thought it was weird. I told my mom about it, and she told me the same thing happened to her. Another thing about the house is that things would go missing, and we would look everywhere for them. And then the next day, it would show up on the table like something really obvious, where we already looked. I was so attached to that house, I didn't want to leave my room. I always made excuses not to leave the house, and I was just miserable. I would have really bad nightmares of a tall black figure in our living room, with the biggest grin on his face. I've never been so scared from a nightmare, and I was really scared to be in the living room alone. One night, this really dark, and I don't know why I'm sharing this, but as I mentioned, I was in a really dark period of my life, and I was in the bathroom, one of the darkest places in the whole house. and I was looking in the mirror and my eyes were black and I started smiling. I was crying dark, thick liquid out of my eyes. Honestly, that's so fucked up, I know. Honestly, this was the only thing happening in the mirror, not in real life. The last thing I remember is me reading a book late one night and I saw a dark figure out of the corner of my eye. I turned to look and there's nothing. It happens a few moments later again, and I look and my blanket in the chair is swinging back and forth like someone had just walked into it. It was a summer night and I had no windows open, so it scared me a lot. I just put my blanket over my head and tried to sleep. My mom also told me that she went to pee late at night. She thought my stepdad was on the computer. So, right as she was closing the bathroom door, the man sitting on the computer waved and smiled at her and she waved back thinking it was my stepdad. And when she got out, the computer was off and my stepdad was fast asleep. She woke him up asking him if he was on the computer, to which he replied, very confused. Apparently he had been asleep for some time. Some other random stories. It's hard to imagine it's real, but I remember it so vividly. We were moving into an apartment. I was about 4. I was standing in my new room when my dad said, "I'll turn off all the lights. Are you coming?" And at that time, I was really afraid of the dark. But for some reason, I said I wanted to stay. So we turned off all the lights and everything got pitch black. And I saw a girl. I wasn't scared. She wouldn't talk, but I tried talking to her. She was a little bit older than me, maybe 6 or 7. I thought she was an angel because I didn't know what ghosts were back then. But I didn't know. She was in this glowing white light, and it just felt so pure I can't explain it. My dad got back and turned the light on, and again she was gone. I never saw her again, but I thought about her a lot. Me and my boyfriend were sleeping. I have to pee in the middle of the night, and I open the door and hear people talking in the living room. I was scared shitless until I realized it's a video from my boyfriend's computer. The weird thing is, the screen is closed and it's turned off. So he had to turn it on in order to close the video. That's still so weird, like how does that even happen? It was so loud and the volume was all the way up. He swore that he had the volume turned off on the laptop and it made no sense. From 18 to 20, I lived in a place with staff who can help you because of my anxiety and autism. One day I'm in my living room listening to loud music when I hear my front door open. I assume it's someone who works here, so I stop the music and look. It's a man in an orange vest. Worker clothes, maybe if you're an electrician or something, and he has a tool bag with him as well. I'm hella confused and just look at him. For some reason, he doesn't look at me at all. We never make eye contact, and he was probably just standing in my kitchen for like 10 minutes. I was so confused, because I wasn't expecting anyone to come and look or anything. After 10 minutes, again with no eye contact, he just walks out again. So I contact the workers, and is like, "Who's that guy that was just here?" And they're like, "What guy?" I explain what happened, and she looks worried. So she asks her boss, "Are they expecting handymans or is something coming on?" And they weren't. No one had seen this guy. It was like he just vanished. They go on and asked if I had dreamed it, and I'm like, I was jamming to music like I wasn't sleeping at all. They couldn't explain it, and I don't know if it was paranormal, but it was definitely weird. I've also had dreams where my mom was in a hospital. I call her and tell her about my dream, and she goes on to tell me she was actually in the hospital that day. I've had so many dreams about my mom come true, it's really weird. All in all, I think that me being autistic and a bit sensitive, I definitely attract these things. Ghost Doctor. In my late 20s, I had to undergo surgery to remove my gallbladder due to intense pain caused by an inflamed pancreas. The doctors had me on a strong pain medication, specifically Dilaudid, for a couple of weeks. During this time, I found myself in and out of sleep, and my experiences during that unconscious state left me questioning the nature of reality itself. While my surgical team and nurses were all very kind and professional, there was one mysterious visitor that left me feeling unsettled. Late at night, when I was alone in my room with no family or nurses present, A young doctor would appear seemingly out of nowhere to check on me. I remember him being fairly good-looking and dressed in a white coat, but beyond that, I couldn't recall any details about his appearance. Strangely enough, he never touched me, nor did he take any notes or perform any tests. Instead, he would simply stand at the foot of my bed and ask if I was feeling. Was I feeling well? And after that, he would promptly leave. I initially assumed that this was a routine checkup, but the fact that he would only come when no one else was around left me feeling suspicious. I tried asking the nurses about the young doctor, but to my surprise, they had no idea who I was referring to. They even reported that there were no doctors scheduled to visit my wing of the hospital during the late-night hours. But despite this, the young doctor continued to make his mysterious visits. I saw him about 4 times throughout my stay in the hospital, always when I was alone and always late at night around 2 a.m. As time went on, I couldn't help but wonder if the young doctor was just a figment of my imagination, aside of the powerful pain medication I was on. But the memory of his visits were so clear and vivid that it left me feeling unsure. Was there really a young doctor visiting me late at night? Or was this all just a hallucination? And if it was real, why was he only coming when no one else was around? Even after my discharge from the hospital and my eventual recovery, I still find myself thinking about that mysterious young doctor. Was he some kind of supernatural being, visiting me during my most vulnerable moments? Or was it just a strange coincidence that he would always show up when I was alone? Perhaps one day I will find the answers to these questions. Until then, the memory of the young doctor will remain a mystery that leaves me feeling both intrigued and unsettled. Experience from when I was a child. As I delve into this story, I can sense the intense curiosity and bewilderment of the narrator regarding the strange occurrence that happened to them when they were just a child. The vividness of the memory, despite it happening decades ago, is a testament to how deeply it affected them. The story begins with the narrator recounting a typical childhood experience of riding a bike along a grassy path with hills on one side. However, on this particular day, something caught their attention, something that was not usual. They came across a part of the hill that was a burnt charcoal black, revealing the inside of a cabin that was also burnt and resembled charcoal. The description of the scene sets the tone for the eerie encounter that the narrator would soon have. Inside the burnt cabin, the narrator described seeing a 4-legged table, a campfire with a cauldron on top, and a stereotypical witch wearing black robes and a pointed hat. The witch was short, and even though she had no face, the narrator recalls her telling them to come inside. Despite the witch's invitation, the narrator felt an instinctive urge not to go. The narrator sensed that the witch could not come out, but if they went inside, they'd not be able to come out either. The narrator's recollection of the encounter with the witch is quite detailed and evokes a sense of unease in the reader. The fact that they still remember it so vividly after 20-odd years is quite remarkable. And it even went back to the site of the burnt cabin with their friends, but to their surprise there was nothing there, just the usual grassy hill. This further adds to the mystery of the incident and raises more questions than answers. It's interesting to note that the narrator felt compelled to create a Reddit account to share their story. They were clearly seeking answers or validation of what they were experiencing, and it wasn't their imagination running wild. The fact that they needed to use a separate account highlights the personal nature of this experience and how it affected them. As I try to make sense of this strange occurrence, I can't help but wonder if it's just a figment of the narrator's imagination, or if there was something more to it. Perhaps it was a residual energy from the past event, or even a supernatural encounter. The lack of evidence makes it difficult to draw any conclusions, but one thing's for sure. This experience left a lasting impression on the narrator and will continue to intrigue them for years to come. Let me tell you a tale of the dark and twisted power of the Ouija board, a tool of the unknown that can wreak havoc on those who dare to toy with it. It was a few years ago when a group of foolish young teenagers stumbled upon the board and began toying with it. without any regard for the power that it held. They made the fatal mistake of not saying goodbye, and now the consequences have caught up with them. For years, the narrator had been experiencing strange occurrences in their home, things out of place, unexplained noises, and a feeling of unease that wouldn't go away. But it was only in the past month that the activity escalated to new heights. Shadows moved across the walls, whispers echoed in empty rooms, and objects began to fly off shelves as if propelled by an unseen force. The narrator was terrified, feeling as though they were losing their mind. But then they remembered the Ouija board, and the pieces began to fall into place. This was no mere coincidence, no mere figment of their imagination. This was the work of something sinister. Desperate for a solution, the narrator turned to anyone who would listen, seeking advice on how to rid themselves of this particular curse. They knew that the only way to banish this malevolent entity was to face it head-on, and summon the courage to confront it and banish it from their life forever. But how does one go about banishing a demon from their home? There's no easy answers, no quick fixes. Some recommend seeking the help of a professional exorcist, while others suggest performing a ritual, a cleanse, to clear the space of negative energy. Whatever the solution, the narrator knows that they must act fast before this dark force consumes them entirely. They must be brave, they must be strong, and they must have faith that they can overcome this terrifying ordeal. Only then can they hope to reclaim their life and rid themselves of the haunting presence that's taken hold. The Creature. I have a story that I've never shared with anyone before, but I feel that this is probably the best place to get some insight into whatever it was that I saw. It happened back in October of 2012, when I was out hunting for a white-tailed deer with my grandfather on his property in a little rundown town called Reedy. It's located in West Virginia. It was a beautiful fall day, but despite our efforts, we weren't having any luck at the first few spots we tried. We decided to move to a different location down towards the bottom of his property. This place always gave me the creeps because everything down there seemed to be dead. The trees, the grass, there was basically never any wildlife in this area. After sitting there for about 30 or 40 minutes of seeing basically nothing, we were about to move when something caught my eye. There was this very odd-looking creature that kind of looked like a horse with a wolf face, with this very rough and decayed look on its fur and on its skin. It was just walking through the field. We were watching over it when it stepped right over the fence. Keep in mind that this fence was made to keep horses in, so this thing was quite big. At least bigger than anything that should have been in those woods. I was frozen in place trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My grandfather, who had been scanning the area with his binoculars, noticed that I was staring at something and asked me what I saw. I hesitated to say anything, as I wasn't sure if he'd believe me or not, but eventually I mustered up the courage to describe what I was seeing. To my surprise, my grandfather seemed unfazed by my description of the creature. He told me that he'd heard stories from the locals about strange sightings in the area. He even mentioned a few times when he had seen strange things himself, but he had never seen anything like this creature before. We continued to watch the creature for a few more minutes until it disappeared out of sight. We didn't speak about it much after that and continued with our hunting. However, the experience left me with an uneasy feeling that I couldn't shake off. Years went by and I never told anybody about what I had seen, but the memory of that creature stayed with me, haunting me. My grandfather passed away and I became the last person to have physically seen this thing. So if any of you have any idea of what this could have been, I would be very appreciative of any insights or theories. I spent countless hours researching online trying to find anything that would match the description of what I saw, but I've come up empty-handed. It's as if this creature didn't exist or never left any trace of its existence. Nonetheless, the memory of that strange, unearthly creature still sends chills down my spine. My dad burned a Ouija board. When I was a young child of around 4 or 5, my family and I began to experience unexplained paranormal activity. At first, my parents were at a loss as to what was causing these strange occurrences, until they decided to search the house for any possible explanations. It was then that they discovered a Ouija board in the garage, which had been used for storage by the previous owner, an elderly woman. My parents, who were devout Christians, immediately decided to take action and burn the Ouija board in the backyard burn barrel. I have vague memories of the strange and unsettling events that occurred before that board was found, but what happened during the burning has stayed with me for my entire life. As my father set the board alight, I heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the burn barrel. I peered into the flames and saw what appeared to be a silhouette of a man, with no discernible facial features. It was a truly terrifying experience that's haunted me ever since. Despite our efforts to rid ourselves of whatever entity may have attached to our family, we've continued to experience paranormal activity off and on for the past 20 years. While I've made significant efforts to overcome my fear and anxiety surrounding these events, I can't help but feel that this entity is still attached to my family. In fact, I've not lived with my parents for years, as they refused to speak with me since I left their religion. However, I'm still searching for advice on how to detach this entity from my family once and for all. If anyone has any suggestions or guidance on how to accomplish this, I would be immensely grateful. It's difficult to describe that constant fear and anxiety that's plagued my family for so many years. Despite my best efforts to move on from this traumatic experience, I still feel a sense of dread whenever I think about the Ouija board and the entity that emerged from it. I've spoken to many people about my experiences, hoping to find some answers and understanding, but I've yet to find any concrete solutions. I'm determined to find a way to rid myself and my family of this malevolent entity once and for all, and I will not rest until I find a solution. Happened a few years ago, but this is my story. It all began with an online video that I stumbled upon while browsing the internet. It was a compilation of phone numbers that you should never call, purportedly cursed or haunted numbers that could lead to dire consequences. The video was filled with ominous warnings and hair-raising stories about people who had dared to call these numbers and suffered the consequences. Despite the warnings, I was intrigued. I've always been fascinated by the supernatural and the unexplained, and the idea of cursed phone numbers piqued my curiosity. I decided to give it a try and dialed a few of the numbers. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Heard the familiar beeps and rings, but no one answered. I assumed it was all a hoax and went to bed, thinking nothing more of it. However, that night turned out to be anything but ordinary. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a loud crash. It was my giant lamp next to my bed, and it had fallen to the ground, shattering into 1,000,000 pieces. Glass shards littered the floor, but strangely, I felt no fear or unease. I simply shrugged it off and went back to sleep. The next day, I cleaned up all the mess and tried to forget about the incident. But that night, something else happened. My parents' bedside table, a heavy piece of furniture filled with books and trinkets, suddenly flew across the room, creating a mess of epic proportions. I was terrified this time, and I couldn't explain what had caused it. Things only got stranger from there. One night while I was in the bathroom, my brother claimed to have seen me in the living room, despite the fact that I was nowhere near there. He also heard a little girl's voice, giggling and whispering, but there was no one else in the house. We were both unnerved by the experience and couldn't explain what had happened. In the days and weeks that followed, I became increasingly paranoid and fearful. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was watching me, something malevolent and unseen. I started to see shadows moving in the corner of my eye, and I heard strange noises that I couldn't explain. I even began to experience sleep paralysis, a condition where you're conscious but unable to move, and I felt as if something was sitting on my chest, pinning me down. Eventually, the strange occurrences stopped, and life returned to normal, but the experience had left me shaken and unsure of what to believe. Was it all just a coincidence, or had I unwittingly invited something supernatural into my life? I may never know for sure, but one thing's for certain: I'll never dial a cursed phone number again. A toddler I was watching told me she couldn't sleep because of the burnt man. 10 years ago, an experience that still sends shivers down my spine occurred. I was in a romantic relationship with someone who had a child who was under 2 years old. One night while the child was away at her other parents' house, the then partner and I decided to mess with the Ouija board. At first, it seemed like harmless fun, but then things quickly turned eerie and unsettling. As we began asking questions, the board spelled out some truly chilling responses. The radio we were listening to even shut off abruptly, as if something sinister had taken over the room. We were both spooked but couldn't stop ourselves from asking more questions. The board spelled out the word like burn, pain, and hellfire, and all the responses were similarly disturbing. The spirit claimed its name was Zozo, and it seemed to revel in terrorizing us. But the real nightmares began when we picked up the child from the other parents' house. She was inconsolable and wouldn't sleep in her own room anymore. Even when we tried to comfort her by letting her sleep in our bed with us, she would cry and scream that the burning man was staring at her. She said he was too smelly and scary for her to ignore. We were completely baffled by her behavior and couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister had attached itself through the Ouija board. Over time, more strange things began happening around our home. Objects would move on their own, doors would creak open and slam shut without any explanation, and we even started seeing strange shadows flitting around the edges of our vision. Our relationship began to fall apart, and the weight of the fear and paranoia that had taken over our lives. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, and I decided to break the lease early and move back home. The memory of that terrifying experience still haunts me to this day, and I'll never be able to look at a Ouija board the same again. It's a chilling reminder that sometimes, when we mess with the unknown, we're inviting things into our lives that we're not prepared to face. An Irishman from the turn of the 20th century describes his personal interactions with the fae folk. Encounters with the Gentry. When I was a young man, I often used to go out into the mountains over there, pointing out the window in their direction, to fish for trout or to hunt. And it was in January, on a cold, dry day, while carrying my gun, that I and a friend with me, we were walking around Ben Bulbin, and we saw one of the Gentry for the first time. I knew who it was, for I had heard of the Gentry described ever since I could remember. And this one was dressed in blue, with a headdress adorned with what seemed to be frills. When he came up to us, he said to me in a sweet and silvery voice, "The seldomer you come to this mountain, the better. A young lady here wants to take you away." Then he told us not to fire off our guns, because the Gentry disliked being disturbed by the noise. And he seemed to be like a soldier of the Gentry on guard. As we were leaving the mountains, he told us not to look back, and we didn't. Another time I was alone trout fishing in nearly the same region when I heard a voice say, "It is barefooted and fishing." Then there came a whistle like music, and a noise like the beating of a drum, and soon one of the Gentry came and talked with me for half an hour. He said, "Your mother will die in 11 months, and do not let her die unanointed." And she did die within 11 months. And he was going away, and he warned me, "You must be in the house before sunset. Do not delay, do not delay. They can do nothing to you until I get back to the castle." As I found out afterwards, he was going to take me, but hesitated because he didn't want to leave me and my mother alone. After these warnings, I was always afraid to go to the mountains, but lately I've been told to go, if I took a friend with me. Gentry protection. The Gentry have always befriended and protected me. I was drowned twice, but for them. Once I was going to the Dernish Island, a mile off the coast. The channel is very deep, and at the time there was a rough sea, with a tide running out, and I was almost lost. I shrieked and shouted and finally got safe to the mainland. The day I talked to one of the Gentry at the foot of the mountain, when he was asking if he was going to take me, he mentioned this, and said they were the ones who saved me from drowning then. Gentry stations. Especially in Ireland, the Gentry live inside the mountains in beautiful castles, and there are a good many branches of them in other countries as well. Like armies, they have various stations and move from one to another, so live in the Wicklow Mountains near Dublin. Gentry control over human affairs. The Gentry take a great interest in the affairs of men, and they always stand for justice and the right. Any side they favor in our wars, that side wins. They favored the Boers. The Boers did get their rights. They told me they favored the Japanese and not the Russians because the Russians are tyrants. Sometimes they fight amongst themselves. One of them once said, "I'd fight for a friend, or I'd fight for Ireland." Girlfriend scared by deceased male, protected by her deceased pet cat. Me and my girlfriend, since moving in together, have had numerous encounters with the paranormal. There are, for the most part, seeing our deceased pets, hearing meows, feeling fur walk across our legs, and hearing my deceased Ihasa Apso scratching her ears. The most intense incident for me was when I was looking into the bathroom mirror and seeing my girlfriend's 3-year-old brother, who unfortunately drowned 19 years before this incident, floating right behind me, watching me from the bathroom door. I've posted stories about my meetings with her brother, about our cats and our dog, and also posted a video on a ghost subreddit, which clearly shows ghostly phenomena in our home. This is all true. I would be and was skeptical myself before these amazing incidents. On one incident, it was an early morning and we both had work that day. I woke her up and then told her I was going to the 7-Eleven and that I'd be back shortly. She tells me that she'd been showering when I'm gone and to not be alarmed if I try to call her for one reason or another, and she doesn't answer. Easy enough, right? I walk outside into the cold, dark morning air. I make it quickly to my car and sat in it while I ran the heat staring at our large 110-year-old apartment. I noticed a door open when I thought the boiler room would be. It cracked at first and then opens completely. I saw no one but figured it was a homeless person, waking up to see who was leaving the lot, but at the same time didn't want to give away a sleeping spot and was ducking behind the door as a means to stay hidden. I think nothing of it, drive to the 7-Eleven, get whatever the hell I was intending to get, and then drive home. I walk upstairs and open our door to find my girlfriend in a towel on the bed. She's visibly shaken. I immediately know something's wrong, but was quite shocked at what she told me. She was in the shower and all of a sudden the light in the room decreased, as if someone had a dimmer switch At first she thought it was her eyes playing tricks on her, but it happened again and then again. It was as if the light bulb was being covered up, slowly blotting it out. She starts getting upset and senses a negative presence, and it was coming toward her. A split second later, our cat Echo, who at the time had been non-corporeal for 2 years, appeared in the bathroom floor. She screeched and yowled. As soon as they did this, the light immediately went back. The negative presence was gone, and she felt safe, but still very unnerved by the whole incident. Long story short, we both concluded that the dark spirit was waiting for me to leave, watching me from the door, and I thought it was just a boiler room. I didn't see anyone holding it open, because it was being done so by a ghost. The room I thought it led to also wasn't what I thought it was. It was a walled-off room with no access from the inside of the apartment. Every other time I checked that door, it was also locked. Later on in the same month, we both left early, and while standing outside before going into our car, I felt a negative force that was watching us from around the back corner of the apartment, and as soon as we both said we felt, we heard Echo yowl and scream again, this time at the same back corner of the apartment. After this, we knew that the dastardly, cowardly ghost would never be able to bother us again. Listen to a friend tell me about an experience he had 10 years ago. He died. No matter your take on it, the otherworldliness of it is quite intriguing. I've known a guy for a few years now. Let's call him Kent. He was less than an acquaintance and more of a recognized stranger. Our world would only cross when he would visit my lady's workplace. Mostly it was Kent looking for a known dope dealer that was a coworker of my girlfriend's. This guy stood out, hunched over, the wear and tear of a hard life that made a mark on him physically. Gray hair and lines, track marks on his arms, but at the same time, you could tell he was capable of doing things that most of us would or couldn't do, and would do these things to survive if need be. I would see him walking the streets, backpacks with tools of some kind or another, and he was always alone for the most part. People sensing him coming their way, and almost making an unconscious parting of the waves, almost like he was repelling them. A force he had in him, definitely, but was not aware of having, let alone having any type of control over it. Let's fast forward to a few months back. I was on unemployment, and as we all know, unemployment barely pays the bills. My mindset became one of quick money, work with payment under the table and the like. He enters my girlfriend's workplace, and he seems upset. I eavesdrop and learn that he has some copper and brass and needed to ride to a scrapper. No one was able to help him, and if he could find a driver, he'd pay them $25 simply for driving him. I told him that I would talk, and it was awkward at first, but we soon sorted out the dry spots of our conversation, and he seemed to have worked up a camaraderie. I, of course, tell him that myself, that I'll be able to help him, occasionally, and that he's to know nothing about me, where my lady and I stay, etc. Of course, this all went to pot rather quickly, and I started driving him daily to the scrapyard, making $20 to $40 in the time it takes to literally drive 5 miles. He tells me some things about himself, things at first he wasn't wanting to share, but for some reason his trust in me grew with each trip, and I learned a little more each day. Lifer Khan, and out since the early 80s, an associate of one of the Aryan gangs, and at times did some rough stuff to survive in prison, and out on the streets, usually in the services of said gang. Today we started talking about paranormal experiences. I told him mine about my corporeal feline, Echo, who left his physical body in October in 2017, but as far as me, my lady cat Ndiku and my Echo, nothing's changed. The cat is here daily, meows, jumps on the bed. We've seen regular-sized and about 2 inches tall. I've seen him fly too. I've seen him run like he did when he was joined in his physical body. I also opened up to seeing my girlfriend, 2 years older brother, staring at me from the living room while I was in the bathroom. Her brother drowned 17 or 18 years ago, but he was saying hello to me and checking on his sis. I've posted many stories about my cat Echo and the story of my brother on Reddit. He at first seems to think I'm bullshitting him or making fun of him in some way. I then show Kent a video and I have my cat Echo running through a refrigerator at me. He watches and he's impressed. And then I show him a few more photos and videos of my Echo flying and running through the house as a shimmering gold-colored version of himself. He then opens up to me about one of his experiences. I was expecting prison ghost story or something like that, but I got something completely different. He at first just kept saying otherworldly, and I was confused thinking aliens, but I was still not on the right path. He slowly tells me that when he lived in Nebraska a decade or so ago, he died, and he had a rather frightening experience. He had just shot some new heroin, and now he wasn't yet familiar with, and he dropped off into death. I asked, "Did you know that you were dead?" And he said, "Yeah." I was aware of it all, my body on the ground, the needle in my arm, and the fact that I was floating away with no control as to where I was going. He said he then encountered a neutral type being, not bad or good, just there. A psychopomp. He didn't use these words, but I'm guessing that's what many of us would have categorized it as. It was leading him to what he called a waiting room. He was aware of others in the room, but didn't know of any of these, and I'm assuming newly dead people. He heard a voice far off tell him it wasn't yet his time to die and be judged. He stated that as soon as he had heard these words, it led him to a far-off place separate from the waiting room. He said it was best described as hell. Flames everywhere, liquid fire. It was emanating from the walls and the floor and the sky. He said that it reeked of shit and piss, and there were half-eaten beings eating and eating each other, and animal beasts and huge sex organs, and black voidless faces, and screaming and yelling and cursing. Everything that he had ever lived. He then looked out in the fire and at the moment confessed to me that he had killed 3 people. The 3 were witness to the psychopomp, and the fact that Kent was behind the messenger and out of harm's way. 2 of them begged and pleaded to this neutral spirit, begged that the spirit would give them Kent, toss Kent into this horrible conflagration of man, woman, beast, demon. They cursed and hated the man and God, and said the only thing they wanted was Kent, the person that killed them, the one they blamed for putting them into this place. The side chomp stood mute and simply let Kent observe this place. Then the 3rd man spoke and pleaded that this guiding spirit take Kent away, far away from this place. He told Kent that he forgave him and that he loved him, and that he could prevent even one soul from the torment that he was in, that he would have done at least one good thing in that terrible life that he had led. He also told Kent that he may have killed him, but that he wasn't to blame for him being damned. It was he who, step by step, with the conscious mind, put himself in this place, and he alone. After that, Kent described a rushing sound, and he and the guide were going really quickly back to where his body lay. The guide, who was mute, spoke and told him that the 2 had once again failed at a chance at redemption, but one had passed. He then woke up to paramedics hitting him, and tubes and wires along with vomit everywhere. He had been dead for 20 minutes, but according to him, he felt like he had been dead in the waiting room, and that's the best way that he had described it. It was like hell for weeks. After that, he changed the subject, and I wasn't one to pry. I dropped him off, and have been playing this tale out in my head over and over again. A question for a certain type of person. The phenomenon of disbelief in the paranormal, even after experiencing something inexplicable, is a complex and an intriguing one. It raises questions about the nature of belief, skepticism, and the human's mind and the ability to comprehend the unknown. For some, disbelief in the paranormal may stem from a desire to maintain a sense of control and rationality in their views. Admitting the existence of paranormal phenomena could shatter their carefully constructed worldview and leave them feeling vulnerable and unsure. Others may simply be unwilling to accept anything that cannot be easily explained by science or rational thought. However, it's important to remember that everyone's experiences and perspectives are different. What may seem like an undeniable paranormal encounter to one person may be easily dismissed by another. Additionally, people may change their beliefs over time, and they gain more information or have new experiences. It's also worth noting that some people may claim to disbelieve in the paranormal as a way to avoid ridicule or judgment from others. The fear of being labeled a gullible or irrational can be a powerful motivator to deny experiences that don't fit into mainstream beliefs. Regardless of the reasons behind disbelief, it's important to approach the paranormal with an open mind and a healthy dose of skepticism. While it's easy to get caught up in the excitement of a mysterious encounter, it's crucial to consider all possibilities and all explanations and not just jump to conclusions. Ultimately, the paranormal remains a fascinating and enigmatic subject, one that will continue to captivate and confound us for years to come. And while we may never fully understand the mysteries of the unknown, the pursuit of knowledge and understanding remains a worthy endeavor. Caught a ghost child spying on me. It was a weeknight and late. My fiancé had been snoozing for quite a while, along with their Maine Coon cat and Deku. I could hear their rhythmic breathing, their peaceful sounds slowly beckoning me to bed. I had been up and wired from work, and I had wind down from the workday. I was in the bathroom, pimping and preening, facing the mirror with my back to the door and listening to one of the YouTube channels that specializes in true horror, camper stories, stuff like that. The door props slightly open, and I think it's the cat wanting to play or be brushed. But as I'm looking into the mirror to see what it is, it's now slightly opening the door, and I'm confused. No cat, no girlfriend, but what I do see scared the shit out of me, because it was jarring and unexpected. From my point of view, looking into the mirror, I see a well-formed child's face peek its head in the crack and look at me. It's gray and whitish and bluish as well, but it's clearly a child's face and head. The face is so small and the eyes have an almost East Asian quality to them. He's looking at me from the top corner, where the door is and the wall would meet. There's no body, just a small child's head. He, within a few seconds, realizes that I can see him, and just as quickly disappears. He pulls his head back around the corner. It was just like something a little living kid would do if they realized they were being caught spying on an adult. My mind questions what I saw, and I run out of the bathroom to see if he's still there or my girlfriend was awake to see him as well. There's nothing in the room, or at least visible to my naked eye. I look at my lady. She's oblivious to all this and still sound asleep. My cat's now staring, but as far as the little ghost boys go, nothing. I go into bed on edge, but at the same time, I didn't feel threatened at all by the child. In the morning, my fiancé and I discuss what happened, and at first she tells me that I was tired or saw shadows. I describe the child, and I'm adamant that this happened. Her guess is that it's her deceased brother, who had physically passed at 2 years old in the year 2001. She shows me a photo, and the face is a perfect match. Her mother, after leaving her father, married a Filipino man, and the little boy was a product of their marriage. Same hair, same face shape, same eyes. I have more visits from him as well, but we'll describe those in detail at a later date. Haunted campgrounds make for interesting summer vacations. Hey guys, putting it all out on the table. I'm brand new to Reddit, but I'd love some insight on this collection of stories I have from my time working at this summer camp. Hello to all, and I hope this post finds you well. And before anyone comments on it, yes, I'm aware that this post is very, very lengthy. It was difficult to condense, since there's so much to cover and the stories require a fair bit of context. I'll start out by giving you some background info on where all this takes place. This collection of stories is a bit lengthy, so I do apologize in advance. I'll try to stay brief, but the premise is quite important, so I might as well get to the tedious details out of the way first. I worked at and lived near a summer camp in the northeastern United States that run from late June to early August every summer. The main attraction of the camp is that it's an overnight camp. Staff and campers arrive on Sunday afternoon and leave Friday evening each week during the camp season, while living isolated in the camp during the week. The camp has many, many cabins used for sleeping, a huge mess hall for meals, and about 10 other buildings ranging from large, single-story centers to small supply sheds. The entire camp property stretches from acres and acres, and it's incredibly beautiful in that lush, cool forest greenway that the Northeast has in the summer. There's everything from big open fields and forests to large ponds full of fish and long, long stretches of beautiful ravine with lots of exposed shale and wildlife. It is set a good distance off any main road, and you have to travel up a long driveway to get into the camp. The entire property feels like its own isolated universe. Campers are not allowed to have electronics. Staff can in the evenings and on break. No computers, no cars, and little communication with the outside world, apart which what's required from the camp directors. When needed, staff can carry walkie-talkies to keep in touch across the expanse of the camp. I went there as a child for 10 years and worked there for 4 years, and it's safe to say I have a whole lot of love for that place. But to anyone who has worked there, you would know that that place has long, very complex history with the paranormal. I could write a full-length book with all the stories I've heard and have personally experienced there over many, many summers. I'd like to give a good overview of what the place is like as a staff member and share a couple of more chilling encounters I've had. Many still give me shivers to this day, even though I've been somewhat desensitized to them for a while now. Most of these encounters I'm going to share with you happened between 2014 and 18. While I was training to work as a counselor, I was between 16 and 20 at the time. Most of the activity would happen at night, during training week, and just generally around the staff at camp. Rarely did the campers ever come in contact with the entities that lurked within the woods there. Why that is, I honestly can't tell you. My memories there as a young girl contain not even a trace of fright or things I could explain. In contrast to that, the experience I had there as a young adult had me nearly in tears. Consistently, there were things that would happen each year without fail. To start, during the training week after the kids had gone to bed, many of us counselors would lay out under the stars outside the mess hall to unwind for the day. It had a beautiful, clear view of the constellations over the head of the rec field and onto the hills beyond. Many nights we would see quick, blinking lights moving in erratic patterns, odd meteor showers when there was none predicted in the area, and often see strange red flickering objects deep out in the night sky. And no, they weren't planets, as they would often be in the wrong place in the sky and only stick around one evening out of the week. I had a few friends over there who had a good understanding of our solar system. I spent many, many nights looking at their utterly baffled faces as they looked up at some oddity that had appeared, exclaiming that what we were seeing was just simply impossible, despite 10+ witnesses of it happening. Counselors often can't go an entire summer without experiencing nightmares, many of which include figures standing in the corners of their cabins or at the foot of their bunks. I've had these nightmares every year except my first year working there. I would wake in a cold sweat to a quiet cabin, and the kids resting peacefully nearby. Screams and voices in the night carried into camp off the wind from the pond. Footsteps pacing around buildings only for there to be no one out of the bed. The items disappearing and reappearing in illogical places were all incredibly common. Doors with heavy padlocks would be found open with no one to blame. Occasionally, a counselor would get locked into a building they were working in, despite no one being around to lock the door. People would walk into this job being completely skeptic and leave believers. Returning staff had to make peace with the things within the camp and just had to deal with it and give fair warning to newcomers about the mysteries that seemed to live in the very floorboards of that camp. My first memory of there being anything paranormal within the camp was in 2014, while I was training for my first year as a camp counselor. I remember that all throughout my childhood, there had been a singular flat tombstone that lay on the hill leading down to the camp's pool. It sat right outside the girls' village, the term used for all the cabins where the female campers and the counselors slept. It was incredibly old, so old that the name and dates were unreadable. But the way that the text was formatted made it obvious that it was someone's grave. No one could really give a good explanation as to why it was there. Everyone I asked about it simply told me it had been there for a long time before them. My first year there, I remember there being lots of drama concerning the paranormal, but I was too young and not close enough with the older counselors for any of them to share what was going on. But by the end of the year, the tombstone had been removed, and no one was allowed to talk about it or mention it to any of the campers. I remember thinking to myself that even though the tombstone was gone, someone still lay buried on that hill, no matter how long ago they had been laid to rest. Maybe the camp directors thought that maybe by getting rid of it, they would bring an end to the paranormal activity. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Alongside the mysterious tombstone, many stories rotated through the co-counselor's friends. And as I, the newest staff member, the first story I ever told about the camp happened during a training weekend in June of 2014. My friends and I had gotten into the topic of scary stories, and the older counselors jumped in to have a little fun with us. Side note, counselors at this camp were given counselor names in our first year, and we strictly used those names during the summer to add a little extra fun in the camp. For story's purpose, I'm going to refer to all the people in these stories by their camp names. An older counselor named Gadget was the first to pipe up, telling us about the two famous ghosts at the camp. He told us about the ghost of a boy who could be seen running through the rec field in the streetlights from the dead-end road that ran along the edge of camp. Gadget told us that he had been hit by a car after running after a ball, and now spent his afterlife running as a shadow through the camp, scaring everyone who's awake to see him. The second story was that of a woman in white. Under the same streetlight that lit the dead-end road that bordered the camp, a few small houses sat. On some nights, a woman wearing long flowing white dress could be seen standing at one end of the deck porch. She would spend nights standing and staring up at the camp and be gone by sunrise. My fellow first-year counselors and I were, of course, quite scared by this point. It was far past midnight, and we were gathered under the floodlights of a brightly lit pavilion near the rec field and at the dead-end road. They had scared us by the end of the storytelling. Luckily, another one of the older counselors, someone who had come to be one of my dearest friends during my time there, called Slag, simply shook his head and furrowed eyebrows as he watched the older counselors spook us. Later that evening, Slag took me up to the top of the hill that overlooked the rec field and the dead-end road. He could tell how scared I was at the rumors, but from the vantage point, he explained and showed me that Gadget and his friends and what they were talking about. Down on the rec field, the streetlights caused long, slanting shadows to fall in a sickly yellow fashion onto the grass. On one of the light poles, there is an electrical box. and the way the shadow fell onto the grass made a perfect image of a small child caught mid-step. When I saw it, it made me jump at how realistic it looked. It was no wonder it became popular, as it truly could be mistaken for an actual apparition. Slag also pointed out to me that the woman in white, again, I didn't see her at first, but Slag's description helped. The woman in white was simply an oversized American flag that hung on one of the house's porch. That evening was clear and breezy, the moonlight caused by the flag to look milky white, and the wind made a dance slowly around the flagpole, just as the dress of an actual woman would float in the breeze. I started to laugh in relief, but Slag's face stayed serious. He went on to explain to me that even though these were merely scary coincidences, we weren't alone here. He explains to me that some of what I shared with him were what he shared with me, and it made me turn serious as well. That night, my friend and I huddled into the same bunk out of newborn fear. We didn't realize it was the beginning of a long road of stories on our own. One of the places in camp that granted me the most unnerving experiences was a building we referred to as day camp. We had a program where we would bus in the youngest age group of campers. They would have their own day camp activities before returning home around 4 p.m. The building was the only two-story building on the property and used to be a house before the camp was built in 1925. The main space was big, beautiful windows that let the sunset in. The kitchen worked, but it was a little run down. The upstairs was large and an attic-like room that served as a space to use for activities on the day it rained. Day camp was easily the farthest building from all others. You'd walk through a stretch of woods on a small rocky trail to get there, and oftentimes you couldn't even hear the sounds of other people from the building, and that's saying a lot as there's easily 300 loud hyper kids and preteens there each week. Day camp never felt right to me. The feel of the building gave me the Blair Witch Project vibe, something I didn't feel many other places on the camp. I tried to never go there alone, though I did need to close the building by myself occasionally. My body would tense up, and I felt as if something physically pressed down on my skin anytime I would walk through there. Every time I turned my back on an empty room, I felt as if an entire crowd of silent, watchful people stared through me. The boys' village was the nearest cluster of buildings to day camp. Unless day camp was being used in the evening by someone and the lights were on, it was nearly impossible to see the building with the blind eye. The dark brown wood blended into the expanse of woods that hid it from the rest of the camp. Day camp always got closed around 4 p.m., after the day campers returned home. All the rooms were checked, lights turned off, padlocked back in place, and locked until the next morning. My male counselor friends shared with me that every summer, once or twice a week, once the kids had gone to bed and the boys sat outside talking, someone would notice a light on in the day camp. And this wasn't simply someone leaving the light on from the day. Sometimes the same counselor who had closed the day camp earlier in the day would see the lights on downstairs, glowing in solidarity through the dark woods. On these nights, the boy would take turns, walking down the dark path and back to get to the light, returning shivering and swearing that they'll never do that again. My personal experience with day camp came during the summer of 2016. Every summer, the camp performs something called a missing camper drill. This simply prepares counselors for the event that a scared child would run away. Staff could react quickly and locate and calm them. The drill was on a good day, and it was already something that's taken incredibly seriously by all staff. The missing camper is a randomly chosen counselor each training week, and all the other counselors have to go through the procedure of tracking the child down. To do this, the camp is split into sections, and the eldest staff takes walkie-talkies, divide up the areas, and sprint around the camp looking for the missing camper, shouting their name, looking under and around structures in the camp, and checking any locked buildings. The camp director will go around the drill and do things to throw off the searching counselors too. They'll unlock doors, lock others, move things around, just to get everyone in the mindset of the actual drill. Of course, the area was given to search alone, may I add, was day camp. As I ran through the woods and toward the looming house, I felt a huge sense of dread fall over me. I seriously considered not searching it at all and just telling the other staff that I did. With shaking hands, I unlocked the day camp door and walked around inside, calling the name of the girl who was the missing child. The floorboards creaked, and I remember how incredibly silent the whole house felt, apart from my movements. The sun was setting at the time, and creamy orange light fell through the length of the building from the windows. It was so unnatural compared to the busier part of the camp. I couldn't hear the other counselors searching, not even when I strained my ears. Every room and corner I checked, I braced myself to come face to face with the spirits I saw in the nightmares, the ones I've heard crouching over gravel in the middle of the night, the ones who speak softly in the dark and make even grown men run back to their bunks unnerved. The building was clear. I sighed in relief as I locked the door firmly behind me and headed back outside. The air had begun to get chilly, and I hoped the drill would be over soon. Searching in the dark would be nearly impossible, and I knew that Swift, my friend acting as the missing kid, had no desire to creep around the camp in the dark either. As I walked past the external cellar doors that led under day camp, I gave them a good shake to check the padlock on them. Locked. This was a location I was previously told I didn't need to open or check for this drill anyway. I went on and searched the woods surrounding the building and found nothing. I reported on my walkie, and I was told to keep double-checking the area until Swift was found. Then the drill ended. I started walking back, slower this time as I felt fairly positive Swift was over half a mile away at the other side of the camp. As day camp came back into sight through the trees, I froze in confusion and fear. The cellar doors of the day camp cellar were both flung open, and a yellowish light shone from inside. It was just becoming dark enough that the light spilled out and illuminated the space around it, while the shadows of its surroundings only pushed in darker. Never in my previous 3 years working in that camp did I ever know those doors even opened. Never did I know that there was even a key for that padlock, nor did I know that there was a working light down there. I was completely stunned. Shivers ran through me. Certainly not from the evening chill. Swift, I called. Not in the way I would call to a camper, but as I would call her normally. Nothing moved, nothing made a noise. The fear felt cold and numbing in my veins. I crept to the top of the cellar stairs and peered down. The space was lit by a single exposed light bulb, showing me 6 or 7 rotting wooden steps and cold-looking stone walls, all broken with age. The floor was dirt, and there were no objects inside the cellar. The sound of my radio going off that Swift had been found nearly made me jump out of my skin. I fell backwards onto my butt in the grass, and spent another second staring at the bizarre scene in front of me. I scrambled up, back toward the rest of the camp as quickly as possible. To my surprise, I arrived back. My friend Amino also appeared visibly shaken and talking quickly. She was telling us that during the drill she was walking by one of the maintenance sheds of the camp, another location with the padlock door that we weren't including in the drill. To her surprise, the door started shaking violently against its padlock, much more than any wind or draft could do. Amino fully believed the Swift was trapped, and it was part of the scenario, and they quickly found another friend and got the key to open the shed. As they swung it open, they found no one. In fact, the maintenance man Sparrow hadn't even been to camp that day, so there's no way anyone or anything could have gotten trapped back there. She was so shaken up she could barely get her story out. I also told everyone what I had encountered. Everyone looked at us jarred by our stories, but none were surprised. Did anyone open the doors to the day camp cellars as part of the drill? I asked to some of the senior staff members. They shook their heads. Swift wasn't located near either of those spots anyways. She was hiding up past the pond. Wonder, our program director, said that. Swift's hiding spot was nearly as far away as day camp was from the rest of camp, but on the complete opposite side of the property. Everyone was shocked, but there was nothing to be done. The camp directors and senior staff could do little to comfort us, but they knew it too. We simply weren't alone. Later that night, my friend Tanter and I returned from day camp to close the cellar and put the padlock back in its place. It hasn't gone open for any season since then. Day camp continued to be my weakness as I went into my 4th year. As a program specialist in 2017, that year during our program I ran, my group of campers chose day camp as our meeting place. I was reluctant at first, but this time I had my friend Ouija with me as my co-counselor. He's someone who I would trust in the Paris catacombs. He was and is incredibly in tune with the paranormal world and is very knowledgeable on how to communicate with it properly and in a way that they listen. He explained to me that my hunches about day camp were true and that there were most likely no places in camp that didn't attract spirits in some form or another. I made sure to always have him nearby inside day camp. By the end of summer, I could always relax in there. It was as if whatever dwelled there graciously took an eye off me and let me rest. I realize how long this collection of stories has gone on. In truth, this isn't even half of what I've seen or heard about from people I trust, but I'll leave it here for now. Fortunate for myself and anyone who worked at the camp, whatever spirit shared that space don't seek to physically harm anyone, but they do like to be seen and talked about, remembered through stories. They enjoy adding their own mystery to the camp. I truly believe they wish to remain a part of that camp's identity. It's a place with so much history. My grandfather went to the same camp as a child himself, and so much energy inhabits the place. I think they can't help but want to join in. The deep green woods, the aging structures, the ruins and secrets and stories that camp hold are their home, and anyone who treads there comes to learn and respect that. Even though I've made peace with my experiences at this camp, and I'm not even applying the work there this summer, I've always felt that camps like this one have their fair share of stories. If there's anyone around who's had something similar happen to them at the summer camp, I'd really love to hear about it. Encountered ghost of horse walking through busy street in the middle of a medium-sized city. It was a chilly evening in December, and I was leaving work after a long day. The sky was getting dark, and it was still slightly overcast. A typical workday for the most part. I was eager to get home, curl up with a good book, and forget about the stresses of the day. As I drove through the main road of the city, I noticed that the traffic was still a little congested due to the remnants of rush hour. I sighed, resigned to the fact that I'd have to endure a bit more of a commute before I could finally relax. But then something caught my eye. At first I thought it was a trick of the light or my imagination, but as I got closer, I realized that I was looking at a pair of horse legs. They weren't solid, but they were definitely horse legs, and I could see them clearly in the light of my headlights. As I watched in amazement, the rest of the horse's body materialized before my eyes. It was a beautiful animal with a shiny coat and a proud stance. I could see its head, its mane blowing in the wind, and its eyes seemed to look straight through me. It was a breathtaking sight, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The horse walked slowly across the street, taking its time, as it had all the time in the world. It lasted about 30 seconds and then disappeared into a large field. I sat there for a moment, stunned, trying to process what I had just witnessed. It was obvious to me that it was a spirit of a deceased horse, and I was baffled as to why it was there. I decided to do some research and found out more about the area where I had seen the ghost horse. To my surprise, I discovered that until the 1930s, the whole area was a working farm. It seemed that the horse had decided to stick around its old stomping grounds and continue with its normal way of life, walking the same pasture and the roads that he always did. I drove by the area many more times, hoping to catch another glimpse of my non-corporeal friend, but I never saw him again. Hopefully the memory of that magical evening stays with me, and I often think about the beautiful ghost horse that I had the privilege of seeing. It made me wonder what other secrets and mysteries this world holds, just waiting to be discovered. I invited an entity into my home as a teenager. As a teenager, I was a kung fu enthusiast. I was in a class, read books, studied diagrams and theories, and this obsession led me to Buddhism, and then specifically Tibetan Buddhism. Fast forward a few months and I'm deep into it, and the Tibetan culture as a whole. I read various writings, meditated several times a day, and attempted to follow the path of the Bodhisattva. I ate up whatever knowledge was available but needed more. The way I went about attempting to gain said knowledge was naive and spiritually dangerous. I would stay up at night alone meditating, and after meditation, I would ask for guidance from any spirit entity that could show me more regarding Buddhism, reincarnation, karma, and anything that fell into those categories. I would then focus on a candle in my house. The room I was in was the living room, and it was dim but not dark, and I would find myself getting drowsy as the minutes ticked on, and bored and more moving on to something else. I went on for days like this until one summer, late night, early morning, a bright orb appeared in the room, hovering and moving about. At first I thought I was seeing things, but then as if to show me that it was real, went toward the door and made the doorknob move. It wasn't subtle. It was as if someone was trying to get into the house with a locked door. Instead of me sitting there trying to ask questions or see what the ball of energy had to offer, I ran into my room and I was afraid. It was comical really, but at the same time it scared me. I'd like to add that it wasn't threatening me or giving off anything negative. I was just simply afraid because it was there in my presence. Days later, my mom tells me a few nights earlier, while she was getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, she witnessed a male ghost standing over me while I was asleep on the couch in the living room. She sat in her bedroom doorway, afraid, and kept silent. He was, as she described, opaque, wearing a robe of some kind, and a fisherman's rain cap. Apparently the cap looked like the one in part of the logo for what I believe is Gordon's Seafood. He simply stood there looking down at me and then vanished. I had not told her about any of my prior explorations, nor about the orb or the doorknob. After this, I had no other visits from the orb or the fisherman, as far as I know, I should say. Greetings from Paranormal M, the channel that explores the most fascinating and unexplainable stories. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to never miss out on our latest captivating tales. We hope you enjoy your stay. Pines Apartments. Because this is an ongoing client of my company with numerous legal investigations currently under review, some facts have been altered to include the name of the apartment building. To begin this incident, in the summer of 2022, a resident was found deceased of a narcotics overdose inside of an apartment, and this story takes place here. As of January 2023, a new resident has moved into the apartment. I've worked all over town and I've had no issue with general homeless, but in this area, the homeless tend to have narcotics issues. We were hired several years back due to a constant user breaking into a building and doing drugs, as well as other incidents I'm unable to speak on at this time. During this last summer, the summer of 2022, the resident in the southernmost third-floor apartment passed away of a drug overdose. It had been suspected for some time by security and property management that the local police department that the resident was using and dealing narcotics out of his apartment. Luckily, that night the resident was found deceased. I wasn't the one working, and jumped to February 2023. I arrived to the property and dismounted to begin my property check. As I approached the second and third floor landing on the south side wall stairwell, I panicked. An irate woman rushed toward me. Thinking I was a police, the woman started to tell me how she saw me pull into the property and told 911 dispatch an officer had arrived. I informed the woman that I was just armed security and contacted the property management, but I can assist depending on the situation. Well, I recently moved in only a few weeks now, but someone locked themselves in my bathroom and I live alone, she frantically stated. My facial expression became somewhat annoyed, thinking about the several months it took to repair the door frame to secure the entrance of the apartment and after the previous resident departed, and how during those months we had to clear the apartment several times a night because users would manage to get into the building. I looked at the woman. "I'll take a look. Go ahead and call back emergency services and let them know that you're with security." I called out to my dispatch to inform them that I was entering the apartment and to have a cover officer start my way. As I entered into the unit, I noticed the air inside the apartment felt heavy, foreboding, and unwelcoming. These are small efficiency apartments, 1 bedroom, a kitchen, small living room, and a bathroom. I've been inside this specific unit a lot over the last 6 months, so I went directly to the bathroom door, thinking the whole time that the bathroom door was just inside the bedroom, so if someone got in, they would have to have climbed the building and getting into the window, which for this place wouldn't be entirely surprising. Sure enough, the door was locked and the light was off from what I saw under the door. Just as I walked back to the landing where the resident was still standing, I saw my cover officer arrive. I started asking what she thought and if someone was inside her bathroom, and if it was possible if she accidentally locked herself out. Overly frustrated, the woman starts loudly stating she was not crazy, that she heard a man inside the bathroom mumbling and going through the cabinets. I looked at the cover officer with a "you're probably not needed" look when we heard an echoing groan come from the open doorway bathroom door. I started heavily knocking on the bathroom door, issuing orders that the individual exit immediately. Shortly after, I issued this command. PD officers came into the room. The supervisor asked what was happening, and I explained what I already knew. The police supervisor knew the apartment well, as he had been there multiple times to take control of detained individuals from when the door was broken. As the 5 of us stood outside the bathroom, we started hearing the bath and sink running. One of the cops made a joke that the subject must really want a bath, and we all chuckled. We then heard a man sobbing inside the bathroom. At this time, a property maintenance person arrived, and the police confirmed with the resident that they were permitted to make entry. Myself and the other security officer decided to wait on the stairwell with the resident. Almost immediately, we all hear one of the cops loudly say, "What in the paranormal active crap is going on?" And hearing this, I laughed. I looked at the woman and told her no one was inside the bathroom. My cover officer mentioned that the last tenant had passed inside the apartment. The resident looked at us with concern. We learned that she wasn't notified of that upon signing their lease. My cover officer and I let the police speak to the resident and the maintenance guy. They stepped outside to have a quick cigarette while waiting for the police to come back. "Kinda messed up they didn't tell them about the last resident upon leasing the apartment," my cover officer said. I replied, "Not our responsibility, though." The police came outside and started giving us the basic information we needed for our reports. The police supervisor started off saying, "I don't believe in ghosts and all, but that was creepy." He then went on to tell us that when they entered, all the cabinets were open. The toilet was flushing by itself. Both the sinks and tub were running. "Huh? That all?" I jokingly asked, when one of the other cops showed us a photo of the bathroom at his work phone. The mirror cabinets were opened and looked like everything was knocked out in the sink and the counter. Both toilet paper rolls were completely rolled out, and it looked like an earthquake hit the room. I chuckled and said, "What in the paranormal activity?" Where 2 of the 3 cops laughed. A week later, when I was working that shift again and arrived to the building, found out the apartment was for rent again. I hope that resident got her deposit back. At the beginning of August, my security company began providing services for a rock quarry in a town on a hillside. These are short shifts that are mind-numbing, mostly due to the current supervisory team slacking ass on setting up post orders and protocols. That being said, we have the current standing order of just walk around the area and look for unlawful dumping and homeless camps. Put on the area of this quarry is forested with a heavy rocky terrain, which is unfortunately perfect for rattle and bull snakes to nest. So, when checking this area, I'm overly cautious. This small quarry has been on the side of a hill overlooking the interstate for as long as I can remember. Seems like every couple of years a deceased person was found on the property, either from natural causes, exposure, or suspicious circumstances. It wasn't until a shift that occurred around 3 a.m. that I encountered a horrific sight. A week ago, I worked an odd shift from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. It was my first time working at this site, and I was already annoyed. I was working a shift earlier that was a standing post checking IDs for several hours when a shift supervisor called and stated I was being sent to the Quarry after my current shift. Not thrilled, when I arrived on site, I sat in my vehicle for nearly 30 minutes before starting checks, but when I started, the area was calm. Though parts of the hillside were treacherous to scale, with nearly hurting myself, I managed to walk the perimeter in under 20 minutes. Between 2:45 and 3 a.m., the rain that persisted most of the night gave way, and fog began to form. At 3:15, I began feeling tired, so I decided to conduct another patrol. The fog was dense in areas, but light in others. It made my pace much slower. As I approached the wooded area, I sensed a miss, like I was being stalked from something, yet unseen. On guard, I braced for contact from a possible homeless person or general trespassing individual, as this fog would be convenient concealment from being immediately spotted. Dimming my light to its lowest setting to not give away my location, I proceeded forward into this rocky, wooded terrain. Once the faint glow of street lamps and headlights from the interstate faded, I knew I was far enough into the tree line. Though it was early morning and still a couple hours before dawn, the ambient noises of owls, crows, bats, and other nocturnal creatures fell silent, creating an overwhelming, eerie sense of dread and fear. The further I pushed to reach the perimeter, the thicker and darker the tree line seemed to get, like walking into a long hallway or away from the mouth of a cave. Suddenly, it felt like a good version of the Blair Witch movie, but in person. An effigy hanging from a limb of a tree nearly smacks me in the face. I stared confused for several moments. Was this here before? I said out loud, thinking. I was alone. I began raising the setting on my light to see if any fresh footprints could be located in the area. Unsure if I bypassed the item on my first patrol or if it was fresh, I started scanning the trees and the bases. Though no fresh prints were seen, other items found started me to chill up and down. Under the tree, with the effigy, a decayed four-legged animal laying out. A circle of stones adorned around like a makeshift altar. Wild sage and flowers dried from a day's heat. The dried plants looking as brittle and dead as the exposed bone from the poor animal. With my back turned, I heard a truly unnerving sound. The noise sounded as if a ravenous hog snarled at the same time as an eagle screamed. Utterly terrorizing and almost enough to immobilize, yet foolishly I turned. Standing roughly 10 yards away stood a snarling, beastly figure. Darting partially back and forth from behind a large pine branch. When the light finally met the figure, a disturbing sight was seen. A corpse-like, twisted, haggard face stared, snapping and hissing. The skin hanged loosely, and it was discolored like it wasn't that of its own. Yellowed and browned like it had molded and dried. Hands that clawed in a wretched fashion. Soulless, hollowed eyes that seemed to have reddish dotted pupils. Stunned and awestruck in fear, I stood unable to move or draw my sidearm. The creature craned its head and screeched, causing me to fall back and scramble to find the release of my holster. As my thumb met the paddle to draw my sidearm, a thick mist of fog enveloped the creature, and the horrible noise started to fade. As quickly as the fog consumed the beast, it disappeared into nothingness. Frozen as the rocks and stones strewn around me, I laid on the ground for several seconds, gun pointing at the void in the trees. As I gathered my faculties and composed myself, I used the light on the pistol to look around the ground and see if any prints were seen, but no prints, no nothing. After this ordeal, I didn't finish walking the perimeter, but instead made a direct trip back to my car. After several cigarettes, I placed a call to the police and started. Maybe some people were on site vandalizing the quarry. After what felt like hours, but in real time was 17 minutes, 2 officers arrived, one being a canine unit. After a short interaction, they started into the property and poked around for a while I sat in my car, blankly staring at the roadway watching traffic. 2 more PD officers pull up. When they parked, I stood up and asked what was going on. One of the 2 new officers on my property pulled me aside and stated that they found what appeared to be some kind of ritual pit and several dismembered animals in the trees, so an investigation was going on to be done. I told the officer I found a decayed animal corpse, and they then proceeded to tell him that the creature was also there. With a mocking and bellowing laugh, the officer responds with, "You watch too many horror movies, dude." At this point, the first 2 officers return, and the dog was whimpering and crying. Dax got spooked, but we're going to call DOW to come out and look at the animal bodies to determine if it was a predator or if it was an animal cruelty case. The first officer asked me some basic questions, then all 4 left. Today I'm working the same place until midnight, and so far there hasn't been any feelings of unease or being stalked. I called the officers in the DOW to see if they had finished the investigation at the start of the shift before sunset, and they closed it for now as undetermined. So tonight, I'm not walking those trees as much. The Phantom of the Crosswalk. Recently, my security company started providing 24-hour services for a recreational marijuana establishment, and I worked a handful of evenings and overnight shifts here. Early week, being May in Colorado, there was a thick fog resulting from a brief cold spring rain earlier that night. On this night, I was working midnight to 8 a.m., and the area was relatively void of vehicle traffic or foot traffic. At around 3 in the morning, tired, cold, and bored, I walked to a gas station that shares a general proximity to my site. The fog was rolling in and out, and at times thicker than normal fog patches. The clerk of the gas station, thrilled that a non-intoxicated person had come through, was being chatty. She was a generally polite lady, just talked a mile a minute. Due to her little contact with sober or paying customers, since I could see the majority of the property from the front door of the gas station, I decided to stick around a few minutes longer and continue our conversation while we smoked a cigarette. I also drank my warm coffee. Within 2 or 3 long, dry drags of my cigarette, a sheet of fog rolled from the hill, as well from the highway. Both fog clouds ended up clashing in the street in front of both properties. The fog danced heavily back and forth in the street for several minutes. At times, the opposite side of the street was vanished behind a thick gray mist, with quick broken breaks where flashes of the opposite side of the street became visible. Nearly finished with my cigarette, the gas station clerk and I saw the crosswalk signal change on our side. Unable to see who was coming, we paid little attention. Halfway through the light cycle, when the flashing hand signal began, we saw a rough outline of a person, but nearly no features. By nearly no features, I mean we saw a head with a face that was heavily shadowed from the streetlight and shoulders. With no warning, the streetlight changed like there was never anyone who pressed the crosswalk button and just cycled normally as it does every so often. Still in the street, standing in the middle of the eastbound through the lane, close to our curb, the figure stopped and froze. Thinking it may have been a narcotics user that frequents the area and was possibly tripped out, I yelled, "Get out of the street, bud." As the last syllable left my lips, a blaring horn from a semi ringing out from just up the street. The driver was with little time to react, based on the standing of his brake in hopes that he would stop in time. Thud! The clerk began screaming. As I threw my nearly empty drink to the ground and ran toward the street. Panic rang from the driver and the clerk, not being able to think between both hollering, "The road is wet, I couldn't stop in enough time, please tell me he's okay." The driver began shouting as the clerk was yelling. I called 911. I quickly pulled my flashlight from my belt and began searching for what I assumed would have been a mangled corpse. But to my dismay, no person was anywhere or around under the semi. I then shinning with grill, scanning every inch. There was no damage, no blood, no body. The driver, now collected, yet also confused, asked, "You saw me hit someone too, didn't you?" Scanning both sides of the street at this point for anyone, I replied, "I thought I did." The police and firemen showed up shortly after, as the police station and fire station for this town are very close by. After both sets of first responders searching around, the fog just disappeared. The tire marked from the semi-truck could be seen clearly, but no blood, no person, no nothing. Angry, the police then began lecturing the gas station clerk about false reporting, but stepped in, asserting into the conversation, stating that we both saw the person standing in the street, but we couldn't see them as well due to the thick fog. Since all three stories matched, the police and fire units left, but still thinking it was a sick joke, issued us a warning. The next night I worked the same shift, but it was more rainy than foggy and misty. Just around 1:30 a.m., when I was up and walking around the building, a nighttime supervisor with the local police stopped at the gas station. This isn't uncommon, as it's the only gas station in that town open overnight, but within a few minutes I hear the clerk yell from the front doors, "Dan, come here quickly." I walked over to find the police shift supervisor leaning on the counter. "You were here last night when the truck supposedly hit someone, right?" he asked. "Yes, sir. I was here standing out front when we thought we saw someone get hit." With a quick flick of his wrist, gesturing to come over, he began playing a video clip on his work phone. This is the intersection camera from 15 minutes before we arrived for the 911 call. Interested, I leaned in. The camera showed a figure barely visible from the fog, walking down the highway ramp, just a little ways up from the crosswalk. It took about 2 minutes for the undefined silhouette to reach the crosswalk, and seeing, without it looking like the figure even pressed the button, the crosswalk light showed a walk. As the figure began into the street on the westbound side, the camera blanks. The officer then turned up the play speed on the screen. After what showed to be about 7 minutes of black, the picture reappeared, with the truck stopped in the street and my flashlight seen shining under the vehicle. When the emergency lights came into view, the officer then stopped the video. We watched the clip several times. We can't explain why the feed cut for so long like it did, but we're sure that you two thought you may have seen someone get hit by a truck. The officer said in a firm voice. He then followed. The driver claimed he was exhausted and pulling off the highway for the night. After you and him examined his truck, he thinks that the thud he heard might have been something minute and just let his mind run wild. After talking for several more minutes, I left and went back to my car. I sat there staring at the crosswalk and listening in the rain. Did we actually see a person walk into the crosswalk? Or did a phantom cross the road? Cryptid at Seven Falls. Starting off, this happened nearly 10 years ago, but I recently spoke with an old coworker that I ran into again, and talking about the old lady, it was brought up. And that's when I realized the feeling of being stalked wasn't limited to me. When I was about 22 and working for a small security company of only 18 people at the time, we worked an area tourism location called Seven Falls in southwest Colorado Springs, in the Cheyenne Mountain Canyon area. I remember the shifts being grueling, due mostly to the fact that we were mostly in direct sunlight during the afternoon and evening. And an average shift, we were expected to walk a minimum of 7 miles between the base and the parking area to the top of the falls, and rarely were allowed to use the guest elevator for handicapped or the elderly. The whole park was on a hilly incline, so walking top down was okay. Bottom up was exhausting. In the evening near the base of the falls, native Ute and Cheyenne tribal dancers would perform, and we had to monitor crowds, which were slight breaks for about 15 or 20 minutes. These falls were frequented by area tribes for hundreds of years and was still considered spiritual. So it was the native tribes that pushed for their performances, since Seven Falls is considered a state park. At the end of the night, we would sit at the mountain entrance into the falls at the bottom of the canyon, off the lower Gold Camp Road, and monitor the toll booth until roughly 1 a.m., except during the weekends and holidays. That's when we were out there till 3 in the morning. On several occasions, when waiting for the end of my shifts, I had occurrences that made me feel like I was going to get attacked by either an animal or a person. Guttural hissing, deep mannish groans, and harassing growls could always be heard from behind the gate. Glowing eyes, either red or white in color, but larger than area wildlife, could be seen from behind brush and tree canopies. But what stuck with me is a shimmering humanoid shape. The shimmering itself was otherworldly. The way I always described it to my family and a few friends was that of like Predator. My first work firearm was an older Smith & Wesson semi-automatic single-stack pistol. It was my dad's when he went for work at the Fountain Police Department, but this was the first time I felt I was defenseless while working. I watched this shimmering silhouette crawl on the asphalt over to the toll booth, to what then appeared to stand upright and extend a long waving arm. This looked like being a phase between physical and corporeal realms. As I shifted my weight to look closer, I was awestruck. The glowing red eye slowly came back into focus. Then in a snap, I heard what sounds like animals climbing up the side of the toll booth gutter, and watched as the shimmer jumped to a tree no less than 20 feet away. From here, the shimmer jumped again. This time, it broke a branch and it fell from the tree. A loud crashing sound rang to the top center of the gate as the shimmer looked back one last time before going over the gate and disappearing into the Seven Falls Park. Bringing us today, in May of 2022, my old coworker and I ran into each other while at Walmart. We decided to go to Gunther Toddy's diner next door. While having a burger and reminiscing about the good old days, he brings up, "Did you ever see the Predator in his active camouflage at Seven Falls?" My blood ran cold, and I dropped to a shade of just about pale. He then proceeded to tell me about his experience on his shifts that I've never heard. After leaving the diner and arriving home, I sat in the driveway for a moment, contemplating what inhabits Lower Gold Camp Road. Starting off, this happened last Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Recently, my company started providing armed security for an old hotel under a new name and management in southern Colorado Springs. I don't know exactly how old this place is, but it's been here an active hotel since I was very young. Well, we started the contract, and the standard for the first 2 months was to have 2 security guards working, 1 senior and 1 new. My last shift was paired with a really annoying rookie, and this kid was uptight and dumb. For years, it's been known that many deaths, be it suicide, natural, or even a few instances of murder, have occurred at this hotel. My concern was to make sure heavy drug users didn't sneak into the building and squat. The new kid, though, wanted to inspect everything from the littlest noises to anyone walking around after midnight, to see if they were guests or not. Well, I think when we got called to the basement, it changed the kid's overly inquisitive nature to just plain affected. "Front desk to security," the hotel radio chimed. "Go for security," I replied, thinking it was another guest calling to complain about the neighbor or homeless person in the lobby. "Can you both check the basement?" A motion sensor trip was sent to the front desk, and I wasn't down there. "You'll have to come get the key for access to the stairs," the night auditor said, half awake. Thinking to myself, if we have to get the key to access it, how would have someone gotten down there? As we approached the front desk, the night auditor started the switchboard and had gone off twice more since she called us. Less than 3 minutes earlier, so curious I asked how could someone get down there without a key to the stairwell. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the broken elevator, it isn't broken. It just only goes from the first floor to the service area of the basement without the maid's key at the moment," she stated like it was no big deal. Annoyed, I grabbed the key off the counter and told the rookie to look alive in case someone was down there and knew a bit of information. At the mouth to the basement, behind the doors, we began hearing heavy moans and breathing that sounded like it could have been either been directly behind the door or on the complete other side of the basement. "Before we go in, I'm the lead officer. You don't need to do anything unless I tell you to. Stay on my 6 and follow my lead. Do you understand? I barked at the rookie, to which he did a quick and confident nod. I pushed open the door and announced, "Security, if anyone's in here, announce yourself now," as this is standard for when we enter an area on most properties that we inspect, and if there's trespassers present at least. The rookie followed in behind me. I proceeded. The safety lights were on, and every other fixture, so I didn't feel necessary to turn on full lights, since there was enough light to see everything clearly. Towards the complete opposite end of the basement, we began to hear what sounded like someone jingling a large key. My first thought was, oh joy, another meth head. As I began moving down the corridor, I heard the sound of a hood or a holster disengage. Pissed, I turned around to chastise the rookie for drawing his gun, but angry turned to confusion. He was standing there, pale and fixated eyes forward. Did you hear that?" he stammered. I replied, "It might just be a machine switching, but remember, follow my lead." Now, thinking that there was someone at the end of the corridor in the main laundry, I unsnapped my taser latch just in case. As we approached the end of the basement to the other locked stairwell access, we didn't find anything out of the normal or a person trying to nest. But as we reached the freight elevator, we found a sign that set the next set of events in motion. The sign read, "Security, all elevator access to the basement will be unavailable overnight from the 1st to the 12th. If you need access, get the key from the desk." I took a picture to show the night auditor, but got a chill while doing so. As the rookie and I began double-checking every area on the way back to the stairs we came in from, we started experiencing minor paranormal occurrences, starting after the rookie found a few spiritual items, while still in the main laundry, towards the far back secondary stairs. The rookie found an unburned bundle of white sage, wrapped in white lace, sitting on top of one of the large machines. Not knowing anything about sage, the rookie quickly snatched it off the machine. "Hey, think I found some weird joint." I turned to see him holding a bundle of white sage. "Hey, dumbass, first put that down. Second, that's not marijuana, it's cleansing sage." This kid didn't know anything about paranormal phenomenon or how to protect against it, so I told him not to pick up anything, especially if it isn't something he's familiar with. After he put it back where he grabbed it from, and the first occurrence happened. As he set it down, 20 feet behind him, a shelf filled with clean folded towels fell completely off the wall. As we documented it for a report, a small snicker came from further up the corridor, but only like a split second of a snicker. We began moving up to the next section where the overstocked furniture and appliances were stored. An overhead pipe that was not leaking when we passed under it earlier was now leaking like a huge crack just happened. I thought this was odd because I was sure with the amount of water leaking, we would have heard it, regardless of our location in the basement. As I was inspecting the pipe for the point of the leak, the rookie yet again picked up something. "Hey, this isn't sage, is it?" I look over to see him smelling Palo Santo wood, tied to a red ribbon. "Dude," I replied exhausted, when he just drops it. I look down at the puddle of water, and it's leaking and I see a bare footprint within the water. I started to freak out and I stated that we needed to get back upstairs. We proceeded to the second to last section, and immediately I noticed a cross on the wall. On a wall that I didn't spot earlier with the lavender sage wrapped in purple lace. "Take a quick look around and make sure nothing's going on so we can go," I said, trying not to show I was getting unnerved. Nothing happened in the section until just before we moved through the double doors when all the safety lights behind us, back to the laundry, started flickering. Honestly thinking something that was going to happen, but not wanting to show that I was starting to freak out, I told the rookie to move into the last room. Finally, the last area we came in from, and luckily, here was only 2 small planning offices and the hub room. The difference between when we entered the basement till now was that the light was on inside the hub room. I told the rookie to watch the hall as I checked the planning offices, which was quick. But when I went into the hub room to check and turn off the lights, I looked down at the server monitor for the main cameras. In the hub room, it had the whole hotel cameras in one monitor. Up at the front desk, the camera only showed the exterior, hallways of the rooms and the pool area, so I took a glance at the screen and noticed the lights were still flickering in the main laundry. A big pause in the lights occurred, and the night vision started to kick on. Slowly, a figure on the screen from the laundry became visible. I realized while intently staring that the figure was standing, and he was standing next to the machine that the white sage was on. A bright flash lit the monitor window. As the light came back on, my heart dropped as the room lay empty. The person who was standing in the night vision of the camera was just gone. I looked away to the doorframe of the hub room to see a bundle of sage nailed to the frame, wrapped in black twine. I walk out, closing the door behind me. "We clear?" asked the rookie. Still stunned by what I saw on the camera, I replied, "We're done down here." We entered the stairwell and locked the door. Back in the lobby, the night auditor came over and asked if we found anything. "I'm going to go out in the front and smoke. Then I'll show you the issues we found," I said, pulling the pack from my pocket. The auditor, seemingly knowing what I was starting to ask, "You didn't touch the wards, did you?" I looked her in the eye without saying a word. "Oh dear, you did." It's now been roughly a week since I've been there, and I can say I'm not looking forward to going back. I just wanted to say thank you. I work armed security in Colorado Springs, and a few months ago a contract ended that we had for a couple of years. The contract was overnight front desk and building monitoring for a community transitional apartment building, or more simply, a stepping stone apartment building for working homeless waiting for public assisted housing. I hadn't worked this location since last summer, 2021, and the contract ended early in 2022. Primarily, we were hired because overnight, some people caused trouble, be it homeless from the shelter next door, less than deserving tenants conducting illegal business, or standard issues involving apartment buildings. Security was limited on what we were able to handle, as the building was ran by the shelter and leasing was through DHS and the state. I asked to be pulled after a month on rotation, working there twice a week because, hey, staring at cameras and walking a small 4-story building for 12 hours at a time is boring. Now to the meat and potatoes of the post. While working there, I got to know a really cool older guy named David. David was a veteran that ended up getting caught up in drugs and alcohol, and when he got out of the military in the 80s. Though he was homeless for most of his adult life, David never asked for handouts, but instead worked off any debt he felt he needed. Even though David was clean from drugs and alcohol for over a decade when I met him, he was suffering from that lifestyle in his old age. But despite his failing health, David got a job working at a deli that's located at one of my company's overnight petrol service properties. A few weeks ago, I was checking the shopping center where the deli's located, and I noticed the light on inside the deli, and the dumpster behind the store had moved. I checked it out and find David standing next to trash bags smoking a cigarette. After a brief friendly chat catching up, I told David I had to get back on the road, but I'd be back later in the night. Happily, he acknowledged, but asked if I could do him a favor and bring him a fresh pack of Newport Reds, as he'd be there for a while. I agreed as he said, "I just wanted to thank you for being kind to me." 2 hours later, I returned with the cigarettes and a gas station fruit pie. As I come from behind the deli, I saw a food delivery truck and a couple of his co-workers unloading. I parked and walked up to them, asking if David was still there. Confused, the men replied that David was dead. Upset, I replied that that wasn't funny, but the med said seriously that David died just after Valentine's Day, on his way home from his shift, from a heart attack. Not believing what the men were saying, I stopped at the transitional apartment building on my way to another property to drop off the cigarettes. At the front desk, the new security confirmed what the men said at the deli was true. The new security then stated that since he had no next of kin or a will, his apartment was just emptied earlier that week. It's now been about 5 weeks since I saw David at that dumpster, whenever I'm working. And when I get petrol on that side of town, I stop and I have a smoke with my old friend, even if I can't see him anymore. Did you see my grandmother? Starting off, I normally worked armed security and deal with crazy things on a regular duty. But occasionally, senior officers get scheduled for extra duty shifts at wedding and reception halls in the Black Forest, Colorado, and these shifts are mind-numbing. Uniformed yet unarmed, except for our search gloves, essentially bouncers with badges, as one coworker calls it. Primarily, we're there for the business liquor license, making sure no drinks are going in or out the door. Recently, I was sent there last minute to cover another officer who called in. Upon arrival, I noticed it was a large Hispanic wedding party, much larger than most events. I've worked at this place. I checked in at the bar and then returned to the front door to post up. After the wedding ceremony wraps up and the guests were roaming about, waiting for reception to start, I start getting asked the standard questions at these type of shifts. After 30 minutes or so, the guests fill the reception hall and the wedding party prepare to enter the reception, with the bride and groom standing closest to me. Usually when the wedding parties are about to make their grand entrances into the receptions, most people don't leave their tables, so I began listening to videos. Papa Scare, if you're wondering. Right as the video I'm listening to starts the second tale, and the best man and maid of honor are about to be introduced, the bride screams, "Grandmother!" I look up sharply, and I see an older-looking woman's back shuffle behind the door to the chapel. At first, I assumed maybe this was an older woman with a mental disorder like Alzheimer's or dementia, until the guests start flooding into the main front hallway. The bride runs over and asks, "Did you see my grandmother?" Sharply, I replied, "The lady that walked into the chapel?" The bride began to break down crying as her family swarmed back into the chapel. As the reception was put on hold, as the bride recovered and fixing her makeup, the wedding planner and I standing next to the door and we talked. The groom came up and asked again if I saw a woman. Still not putting two and two together, I said yes, and asked why it was such a big deal. The groom started to tell the wedding planner and I that the bride was the youngest granddaughter, and her grandmother were very close. The grandmother always exclaimed to the bride she couldn't leave the earth peacefully until a Rosa del Desierto, Desert Rose, married a good man. Well, the night the couple got engaged, the grandmother passed. The day of the wedding, the bride was emotionally overwhelmed to start, and she was presented with a locket with her grandmother's ashes. The bridesmaids announced that they were ready to resume the reception, and as they announced, the bride and groom for the first time during their entrance to the wedding, the planner leaned over and whispered, "Guess Grandma made the wedding regardless." A few years back on Halloween night, my security company was scheduled for a special event in one of our patrol areas. The Old North End neighborhoods in Colorado Springs is 89 square blocks of historic homes dating back as far as the 1880s. On Tejon Street, every year the community organizers hold a big trick-or-treat event. Old spooky houses, killer yard decorations, and great costumes. It's truly a great outing. I was scheduled for 8 hours that night from 4 p.m. to midnight because I was the only officer with an available marked company cruiser. The first several hours were pretty normal, helping the CSPD locate lost kids to their parents, drunk college kids from the nearby campus or drunk dads staggering around with their kids, and making sure no fights break out. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that the truly bizarre began to take place. For Halloween in Colorado Springs, it was surprisingly mild out, so I decided to patrol mostly on foot, just moving my car to a different zone every hour and a half. Around 10:15, a small group of teens decided to try a scary clown prank on me while driving to the next zone. This wasn't a good idea on their part. As soon as two of them started charging my cruiser, waving axes over their heads, I slammed into park and came out drawing on them. They immediately decided to throw axes down. One made a plastic thud and the other made a metallic clank. After both were successfully detained, and I was on the phone with the parents of one of the kids, I noticed from my periphery that a lumbering figure with reddish-orange eyes glaring from the shadow of an alleyway. Assuming it was another pranking teen, I shouted, "It's late, kid. Go home." After a few seconds more of glaring, the figure turned and disappeared deeper into that alley. Just before 10:45, I was finishing up with the boys' parents. They spent some time chastising them on how stupid they were for doing the scary clown prank and how they were lucky nothing worse happened to them or getting arrested by the PD. The boys left in their parents' car and headed to the fire station to use their bathroom. While there, after using the head, one of the firefighters was telling me, since I was on foot mostly, to look out for Ouija boards that had been set on fire in the alleys throughout the old North End. I thought he was joking as he handed me a Dr. Pepper, but then followed that he already responded to 3 incidents in a 4-block area. I then went up to an elementary school and parked. I figured I'd check the alleyway heading south from the school's drop-off. All that was down to the community's border. Not before I hit the mouth of the first cross street, a simmering board was found, with the planquette burning standing straight. While on the phone with the firehouse, giving the location, I saw the figure from before with slightly clearer. I acted like I didn't see him while I was still on the phone so I could examine him. He stood tall, maybe 6.5 feet, pale face with long sideburns, slicked back dark brown hair, and a jagged overbite. Most importantly, his eyes gave a glimpse of an orange-red glow, like a raccoon or cat's eyes when light reflects off of them. I told the station house that nothing was close enough to start a secondary fire, and gave him the location once more. As I got off the phone, I shouted at the person, "Hey, do you know anything about this?" The figure began fleeing down the alleyway. In quick pursuit, I followed. "Central, show me a case of possible arsonist. Have PD meet me at San Miguel and the mouth to the southbound alley." I chased and ordered the individual to stop, trying to spot him with my light, but I couldn't keep pace. He was clearing potholes, curbs, and hazards like they were nothing. He then suddenly stopped dead and turned. With an unnerving smile, he stared at me, almost menacingly. I pulled my taser as I didn't know what he was about to do, and as my taser found his chest, I was staggered to find my breath. I gave out a horrible hiss. I started to see the red and blue code lights on the CSPD police cars right behind me. Instantly, a flash coming from this creep blinded me and I lost sight. I looked back and he was gone. The police slid to a stop and popped out around me. Seeing the flash too, some asked what the guy went, and the other asked why I fired my gun. I showed my taser was in my hand and it wasn't discharged. The other 2 cops backed me in saying that they saw someone, and also he disappeared, but no one believed any of us. The 4 police cars then searched the entire North End and the surrounding neighborhoods. No one matching what I saw was seen. Before midnight, I went back to the firehouse to see if they had any headache pills or something and the like. While sitting in their lounge area, one of the firefighters told me something rather odd. On all the burnt spirit boards they found, the only parts on each that were untouched with flame or damage was the moon symbol and the goodbye. So I'm still wondering if what I chased was a ghoul, demon, spirit, or prankster. Either way, I don't tend to walk down any of the old North End neighborhood's alleyways, around Halloween at least, unless absolutely necessary. Avocast. Late summer 2019, my current armed security company was working with an old defunct factory in southern Pueblo, Colorado, not far from the steelworks mill. The new owner of this property was planning on converting it into one of the largest indoor medical marijuana grows in the state. But it was severely run down now and massively unstable. In all reality, the structure should have been condemned, because it was full of holes in the walls and windows, and homeless would go in and squat over the years, and some even died of exposure, and occasionally local gangs would do unlawful acts here. The new owner thought boarding it up and placing an expensive alarm system would be more than enough to deter people from unlawfully entering. After about a month, we were hired to watch the facility in the overnight hours. This location was horrible. Chemical waste that turned into sludge puddled on the floors and spots. Bullet holes riddled the walls and pillars in the black warehouse. Black mold and other issues were present, and old foremen overlook officers were structurally unsafe, and they no longer even an existing catwalk. For the first 2 or so months, I didn't work at the site, but was hearing about other officers who encountered a phenomenon that seemed otherworldly. Even one of my staff getting a rosary blessed by a priest to wear while working there. That's how bad it was. Now, being a very hot and dry area of the state, the summers in Pueblo were unforgiving in her all-black uniforms and her level 3A soft armor vests, and the dark of the night wasn't much of a relief. In late May, I had my first scheduled shift. I wasn't told by a supervisor until just after 9 p.m. that the alarm system was temporarily shut off, so I had to enter this disgusting place to ensure that no one was inside. Luckily, we were provided breathing apparatuses because of the chemical waste and the mold. The inside warehouses were massive, breaking into smaller bays and rooms that had high concrete walls. It looked more like a bunker than an old factory. I started with the smaller front offices. All seemed relatively fine until I found the kitchen area or break room. All I know for sure is that I had a sink and a broken disconnected stove. In the corner of the room behind the stove was a fully formed painted pentagram with Jewish symbols at each point. A tightening chill ran through my back, but I kept moving forward. Further down, when I entered the northern warehouse, I noticed mist, like when you exhale during the winter, coming from my breath. This was eerie. This was May, a relatively hot month, and especially in Pueblo. I didn't feel cold, and I wasn't smoking in the building, so this made no sense. As I was pondering this, my LED rechargeable flashlight began dimming aggressively. I charged the battery for a full 8 hours that night before, and I was still relatively new. But a drain like this would have been seen on a battery-operated flashlight. I was starting to feel like maybe the others, and I heard stories from, maybe they weren't even exaggerating. The sinister feel of this place. I pulled out my phaser enforcer, basically a variant of the taser, and pressed down on the darkened room. The feeling of eyes fixed on me was incredible, yet no visible person or animal was seen. I finally reached the adjoining corridor that leads into the back storage hallway, but this was still a massive room extending most of the length of the building and large enough for pallet loaders to pass by each other. I went down about 50 yards, still in the darkness, except for my phaser's light, when I come upon a rear door that opened out to a train yard. I decided that now was a good time to stop and have a cigarette, to calm myself a little, as creepy wasn't part of training. After 2 or 3 drags, a loud guttural echoing. It was a hiss, and it ran out menacingly from the side I had yet checked. The cavernous hallway surely must have amplified it, I thought. I stomped the butt quickly and secured the door behind me. I held my phaser at low, ready in my offhand, and my other was pressed to my sidearm, ready to draw at a moment's notice. I then realized the back area that this hall end was into a loading dock. Wooden boards covered the bay doors. Winds. And the only peak of light bleeding in was the weather siding on one of the rolling doors that had come loose. The only walking entrance door was at the far end and past all 6 bays. I scanned each corner of the room. It was still large, but greatly smaller compared to the warehouse rooms, so it was much quicker to check. But nothing seemed to be here that could make a hissing noise. No animals, no old equipment, no machinery. I checked the door at the far end to ensure it was locked, then retraced my path from the front office. The whole time making my way towards the exit, I felt that someone or something was in tow on my heel. I reached the front entrance, but found I had been somehow locked in. This frightened me, as the only way to currently lock this door was using a padlock on the exterior, and I had the lock in my pocket. I started kicking the door to open it, getting a little heated, but just before the 4th kick, I heard a voice from the other side yell, "Stop!" The voice said that he was an officer with the Pueblo Police Department, and I identified myself as well. He and another officer opened the door as somehow a small roofing nail that was thick enough to lodge into the slot got in the hole. But it doesn't explain the latch being closed. I was telling the officers that the alarm was not functioning, and I was checking to ensure no one entered. The older of the 2 officers informed me that I was nuts as they never entered the building unless they have a minimum of 4 officers. As I was placing the actual lock back on to secure the door, still speaking with the cops, I asked them what they came here for. We received a 911 call from this location. I asked, like from inside the building? One of them went to their cars and double-checked and confirmed that it came from inside and listed to the property. You guys might not want to hear this, but the phones, plumbing, and electricity are all shut off to this place, I said while confirming this was the point of the contract. They stayed for a few minutes before leaving, and I didn't go back for the rest of the night. The next day after that shift, I woke up to find 9 scratches on my back and felt like I had no energy, like I had the worst hangover ever without drinking. I ended up having to call off work for shift at a different location because I was so weak and drained. Later that week, the property owner was able to get cameras and better security sensors installed in the building, but kept us on watch. Luckily, I never had to go back to that place again, only sit at the gate, but I know for myself now that something dark lingers inside that old factory. Around August of last year, we lost the contract due to the property owner selling it off as it became a money pit for him. He said he dumped in hundreds of thousands of dollars, but progress always seemed to slow, almost like it would be in reverse. I'm pretty sure whatever was in there didn't like them messing with its home. Theater. A few years back, I was covering weekend shifts at a movie theater on the north side of Pueblo, Colorado. I don't remember the year, just that Hotel Transylvania 2 and a Tom Hanks spy movie was playing. I was armed security down there because the theater tended to be large numbers of customers, and sadly those guests would smoke weed in the bathrooms, get in fistfights, sneak into other theaters, so it was a regular long shift. The shifts tended to be 5 p.m. to 2:30 a.m., when the last show got out for the night. I don't know any history of the theater, but right around October, odd occurrences began to spark off after 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights. Usually most kids and family movies don't go on past 10:45, so I only had teenagers and adults to contend with. On Saturday night, close to Halloween, events started to happen very frequently. At around 11, after some movies started their last showings, the assistant manager and I were walking the hallways and checking the empty theaters. She was a young student at the university not far from the theater, very mature and straight-faced. While we were in the empty theater that just let out, we began seeing light flashes, but not like the lights from a walkway or an overhead, more like a flashlight, but an older, dimmer one. We couldn't find the origin of the light, so maybe we thought it was a technician that was checking reels and projection devices. After leaving the theater and checking on smaller concessions, I was leaning over the counter as she was collecting money from a register, placing the cash in a bank bag. While standing there just talking about pointless junk, the soda machine started spraying from 3 of the 8 spouts. The assistant manager yelped and literally jumped backwards. Frazzled, she grabbed the bank bag and declared that she was returning to the main office. I continued checking active theaters to ensure no one was conducting themselves inappropriately, and to my pleasant surprise, no one was doing anything that warranted me getting involved. I shortly after returned to the main lobby where a few employees remained, all doing some end of night shift cleaning. I, waiting for the second of last showing of the night to let out, decided to hang out at the little arcade to kill time, sitting on a chair next to the Time Crisis 3 machine. I was mindlessly scrolling Facebook, regularly checking my watch to see if a movie was about to end, when a basketball shooting hoops game siren belted out and flashed. The assistant manager walked in and jokingly said, "Hit the high score?" I looked at her and then looked at the game. I've been sitting over here for maybe 15-20 minutes. Then she told me that the siren only goes off when someone gets over a certain amount of points, but shouldn't have sounded unless being played. "There hasn't been anyone in here with me at all," I said. Going pale, she stated that she was going on her last break for the night, and I left out of the side service door to have a cigarette. Finally, after 2 hours from what had happened in the arcade, the final movie of the night was getting out. I stood by the main exit thanking people and telling them to have a good night. Just before the last group of people were straggling off, after using the restrooms, The technician up at the projection hallway called for the assistant manager, stating that there was an issue. I walked to the theater the assistant manager was standing in, which was across the hallway from the last movie that just let out. Apparently the system hates us, she asserted. I replied with, "What's going on?" The technician joined us in the theater. A movie was starting and stopping in the same 30-second scene, and it was skipping and restarting like a song on a scratched CD. Because of this weird defect, the assistant manager released a regular staff and ushers for the night, but her, the technician, stayed for a while longer. The technician was able to stop and fix the issue, but I couldn't tell you what he did or even how the issue started. Now the three of us were finally leaving, and it was just before 3 a.m. As the assistant manager was setting the alarm, the basketball arcade game's high score siren went off again. The technician and I went over to see if maybe someone was hiding in the arcade, but neither of us could find anyone. But I remember standing in that little arcade looking around and how unusually cold it had become. Again, this was October in Colorado, so being cold is 50-50, but this felt like a blast of AC. After 10 minutes of not finding anything, we were left with no further incident. I, to this day, don't know if it was at all odd occurrences or paranormal, but I have a feeling a playful poltergeist made themselves known. "11 home check, 10/14/20, 10/15/20. I was planning on waiting till tonight to share this, but it was so odd that I have to put it out before racking out for the next shift. As some of you may know, I've been having previous experience at 1315 Wood Ave, which is an ongoing twice-a-night patrol check for my security company. First check just before midnight, 10/14/20. While finishing his own check in the old North End neighborhoods, my dispatcher comes over. 262 standing by for a service call. Rolling my eyes, I copied the traffic, but continued to 1315 Wood Ave. Upon rolling up, a man in his 50s in a robe and pajamas ran up to the car with a cell phone in hand. "Thank you, he just arrived," said the man. I looked at him with a little confusion. I texted my dispatcher while the man began explaining the reason for his call. As the dispatcher confirmed that the next-door homeowner had called about suspicious activity and a noise complaint, the neighbor stated. "I know the home's empty at the moment, but I've been hearing odd noises for the last hour. When I looked outside, I saw someone moving out and about in the light. Then a minute later, I heard a bag. I pulled out my light and then asked if he saw any defining features, to which he shook his head no. 'All right, sir. I'll take a look and see if I can find anyone.' 'Go ahead and head back inside your house,' I said while shining the front porch. As normal, the front end of the house had construction material near the entranceways, and a lawn gnome being cleaned and restored, so I ran around the back gate, which is a requirement of a home check anyway. Once in the back, I noticed that it was somehow darker than the last time on patrol a few weeks back, which was unnerving as most of the trees had dumped all their leaves, so the light from the neighborhood's backyard should have lit up. I checked the rear door to make sure the padlocks were still in place. As normal, the home was boarded up tightly, with no openings without a key, so I checked the carriage house. Since the last time I was on this patrol, the route door with the padlock was placed at the threshold of the stairs going to the second floor of the carriage house. And a warning sign was written in markers saying trespassers will be charged. I double-checked the first floor before exiting. While informing my dispatcher that no one appeared to be on the property, I took some photos. Before looking at them, I heard a footstep on the catwalk at the top of the fire stairs of the main house. I looked over to see an inky black figure with no visible features. I hopped over the gate at the base of the stairs and feverishly climbed up, disregarding the warning signs at the base. When at the top, I pulled my light again and realized the hood of the holster, but no person. I walked up to the far end, carefully watching my step as the metal catwalk swayed with every little movement. But like the ground-level doors, the doors and the windows up there were locked. I came down and lit a cigarette and began writing a report for the service call. After finishing the report and still having a few drags left of my smoke, I finally looked at my pictures. On the bottom floor window of the carriage house, I saw a face. In fact, it was the same discolored, distorted face I saw the last time I was on this patrol, that briefly peered out at me from the upper floor of the main house. Excited but a little freaked out, I went back to the front where I snapped another photo. In reality, I wish I had recorded a video. In the photo in the front, I saw a moving shadow at the window. The window I saw the face last time. The figure waved in and out like it was cast from a silhouette of a person being illuminated by a candle. But as quickly as I saw it, it faded. Pleased, I returned to my cruiser and cleared the property. Second check, 2:11 a.m., 10:15:20. After conducting normal checks, I took a little extra time on property. I started using a ghost hunting app on my voice to see if I could revive a spirit voice. Before pushing start, I didn't think of the fact that my phone's audio is connected through my radio's earwig. The crackling was ear-piercingly loud. I started with questions. Are there spirits here? And I received the answer, followed by questions that were answered like a James Burns type speaking voice. And do you walk these grounds? I finally asked my final question of the night. James Ferguson Burns, can I see you? Within a few seconds it responded, see? The picture. I have no doubt anymore that the first owner of this home still inhabits this property. Now that he's identified himself, I'll greet him whenever I arrive and bid him farewell before calling code for clearing.